Ali, 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 yeah. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7.
Islam, 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 Moorish America want to rise upon the 7 within the circle of justice, mercy, love, and right, and give all praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, Al-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal, Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything that our Holy Prophet brought to make us a nation. I want to welcome you to another late night library session. I'm your host instructor, Dr. Shahid Imani Amohadi Shabazel, and my ancient committee and high name being the same as Dr. Shedawa Minchi El Muhajjid Shepsuel. And most definitely, family, we got a grand drawing to bring on the manifest as always. We're going to cover a little ground, as we always do, uplifting our people. You know, this is for those who want to learn and those who want to come into the truth of themselves, you know, and we are moving along. As for those who are not able to get it, perhaps they may get it in due time, you know. So anything that we bring forth on this particular measure, we never bring it forth to be offensive to anyone, but we do know the truth has a tendency, you know, to hurt, you know, especially when people don't want to learn and they don't want to come into an understanding of who they truly are. You know, so we can't help, you know, that some of our people may be offended by what it is that we say. All we can say to your family is study what we say, you know, and then you'll come into a better understanding of what it is that's being spoken to you, so to speak. So it's a drawing measure that I have to bring forth, and hopefully this can bring us to another level of unfoldment, you know, and hopefully we can spread this particular truth that we're going to demonstrate tonight, you know, to bring forth to our people. You see, the title is dealing with Willie Lynch, the Willie Lynch Denationalization plan, actually, you know, and all blacks were made by design. You know, a lot of people get offended when they hear that, and half of them have no clue. They have no knowledge, you know, of a lot of terminology that they hear. They're just going off of what they feel because somebody told them something and it sounded good, but they don't have proof of it. But yet they will challenge truth when truth is being presented, even when evidence backs that truth. You see? But they would not challenge the information that has been given to them and passed down because they are comfortable, pardon self, with that information. You know, they are content with that information. You know, they like it. You know, it is what it is, and it sounds good, and nothing else can be the truth. You know, but we're gonna let you know that tonight, you know, that nothing can be further from the truth. It's time to de-educate yourself, family, and re-educate yourself. Carter G. Woodson wrote a book in references dealing with the miseducation of the Negro. You know, so we have to de-educate ourselves and our people and re-educate ourselves and our people. There's nothing wrong with that. We should be willing to advance with the times, especially when these things have to do with advancing us as a whole. So this is going to be a powerful bill. Y'all already know we got to lay a foundation with the Book of Fire. That's actually where we got the subject title from, the Book of Fire. You know, so this is our study guide. And that's what we look at these sessions as, not just me up here dictating to you what to believe, just giving you a whole bunch of information, you know, in refutation, so to speak. You know, this information is, we demonstrating a study guide. You know, everybody that's here, they're involved with this special study. And everybody is welcome to always come in and give their input, you know, because this is not some type of cultic, you know, channel where we just look for people to listen to us and what it is we have to say. And, you know, everybody else basically later with their, no, that ain't how we demonstrate. We had a beautiful bill. And I want our brothers, if they are present, to show themselves again, you know, because, man, we got so many compliments, you know, from our people, our goddesses, saying they ain't never seen no brothers get up on a panel and build like they seen us build the other night, you know, and there not be a competition or the ego popping up. We got a lot of compliments on that particular bill, family, and that was us demonstrating, you know, a collective effort, you know, to be brothers to one another, regardless of what school of thought we came from. You know, regardless of what it is that we accepted as the truth. All us had different paths that we came from on that particular bill. And even us, we felt the vibration, you know, of the change. You know, we felt the vibration of the unity, you know, and hopefully we can get some more of that to come out of this special bill tonight, because we plan to bury an age-old measure that deal with conflict when it comes to dealing with our people. So give me 1 second. What I want to do, I'm going to share this, and I want y'all to do the same thing while I'm sharing this. I want y'all to do the sharing too. So I'm going to mute out real quick, and just so I can get this link, and I don't want it bleeding over from the YouTube into this particular message. I just want to drop this link in, you know, a few more places real quick, and we're going to move ahead, family. We got a grand drawing though. So y'all do the same thing. Hit that like, you know, and be sure to share and subscribe if you haven't been here yet. And all is well. Give me 1 second. Okay, we back, family. I just grabbed my link and I'm dropping it now in these different areas. Like I said, let us demonstrate a collective work of sharing this special link, you know, Also, like I said, if you can, most definitely put your likes on it. And this is what's going to get us, boosted so that we can get our people in this algorithm. Look at it like this. We trying to open up the door for our people, who have been misused, abused, and mistreated, and they trying to get in here, But the rust on the doors are so strong to where it's hard to get this demonstration over because it has been a settlement into slavery, so to speak. And our people been so content with that. That contentment represent the rust, on the locks of the consciousness of our particular people. So they have become locked in the psyche of being somebody else's property, locked in their psyche, of being somebody else's pushover, so to speak. And that's what we here to do. We here to wake them up. We here to wake them up, family. So just give me a second here. Like I say, I'm dropping this link in a few places. And as I get done, we'll be ready to move forward. So be sure again to share this particular link, family. Share this link. Promote it so that our people can get it. I ain't going to drop this in too many places right now because I don't want it to be seen from my end as, spam. I'm going to drop it in one more place after this one. And when I'm done dropping it in this particular place here, we're going to move forward with the measure that we had to bring on the manifest. So we got a grand drawing, family. I'm telling you, this is one that our family don't want to miss. This is going to bring us into a clear conception, and hopefully we can come to some form of agreement when it comes to dealing with our people, because there has to be a means of being able to bridge the gap, and it's there. We just have to stop being stubborn, as a people, and get out our feelings, so to speak, and really get this teaching to the people. If we don't do it, then who? Not us, then who? I want to give honors to our brothers who have recently came home, to the Moorish American government, as well. Honors to you, brothers, and we look forward to being able to work shoulder to shoulder and toe to toe with you, good brothers, so that we can get something done, so that you can establish a study group in your particular area and, put a consulate in your area. Most areas, a lot of states, there are not any consulates, on the manifest that are actively moving. There were some, and then there was a loss to those special measures as well. So we have to rebuild them in those particular areas. So if you're in a particular region and you would like to come forth and be a part and parcel of this work and establish a study group in, a consulate in your particular area, tune in, so that we can get you into the census, and that you can also receive your credentials, as a divine minister, not as no minister in the aspect of dealing with church, but ministers that represent being ambassadors to nations. You have prime ministers that represent presidential seats in different nations. So we use minister in that particular measure. We really cover everything that has to deal with divine and our national movement, so to speak. So it's a grand draw in here. So let me get to the business. I want to show our family something too, since I just mentioned that, so that our people can see exactly what it is, what I mean when I talk about consulates. Consulates have at its head what we call consul generals. A consulate, if you know anything about embassies, you see that the United States has embassies in other territories where the United States is present in those territories as a government We also ourselves have a consulate, which has to do with our particular executive rulers that govern each territory that is here, throughout the states that we have here. And this is what we call Moorish America. Moorish America consists of those consulates, throughout all of the states, because the state in which we exist, what they call the United States, we call that occupied America. But we are the true executive rulers of the Americas, you see. In fact, the root of word America is said to even be linked up with the Arabic word Amir, commander. So the executive rulers are those who are the commanders, working up under the supreme ruler. They have received their authorities from the supreme ruler, which come through our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali. You see? So let me show you briefly real quick. And many of you have already been on our website, but we're going to go there real quick and show you a few things. So let me share this. Okay, there we go. Okay, now that you see it, now I will go here. If you hit our love tab, in the tab, because we always talk about a golden cord of love that unites us. You will notice here we have the Holy Covenant of the Asiatic nation. What is the significance of the Holy Covenant of the Asiatic nation? A lot of people think that we're talking about, Asia, as you see Asia today when you go over into, the Far East, Southeast Asia and so forth and so on. But in essence, we're going back to the root. A lot of people don't know the word Asia actually comes from a word that in the Sumerian language, which is Asu. That's ASU. So this was our ancestors that demonstrated this particular measure. And the term Asiatic to us represented collectively all of the people of the 7 continents. All of the races, the indigenous people is who we refer to, which goes into the reality that we, as a melanated people, migrating out of Africa went in many different directions, and at a certain time they was actually using the term Asia and Asiatic. Even in the Kemetic language, they use this terminology in reference to people in general, not just to a particular group that came in the Kemet, but for the people in general, you see. And we have proof of this. As a matter of fact, since I'm mentioning it, I might as well go ahead and show you that before I even go further into what I'm stating, so that our people have some foundation and understand what's being said. And they understand why Prophet Noble Drew Ali spoke on the Holy Covenant of the Asiatic nations. And he talked about the uniting of the Asiatic states. And that's where, we say a lot of our people who came into the lawfully chartered organization, they dropped the ball at, because though we are those who most definitely had an understanding of what the religious aspect was, the divine creed, we failed when it came to dealing with the nationality. We failed when it came to dealing with, also what we call, the national aspects of the movement. Because he said that he founded, the Moorish Science Temple as a lawfully chartered organization, that the people may learn to become better citizens at that time under the United States that they were under. And once they learn how to become citizens, under what he was teaching them through the teachings that he was giving them, he said, whereas the Moorish divine and national movement was founded for the purpose of the uniting of the Asiatic states. So when we deal with the concept of consulates, This is what consulates represent, our ability to unite what we call the Asiatic states that are here within the Americas. These Asiatic states, here within the America, having consulates, again, they make up Moorish America. Without the consulates, there is no Moorish America because there are no people to demonstrate and operate, and be Moorish American. You understand? So here's a drawing here, where it states the primitive Moors were inhabitants of a vast portion of Africa, bounded on the east by Egypt, and on the north by the Mediterranean, and on the west by the Atlantic, and on the south by the deserts of Barbary. The origin of the Moors or Mauritanians is like that of most other ancient nations, obscure, and the information we possess concerning their early history confusingly mingled with fables. It says the fact, however, appears to be established that Asiatic immigrations were from the earliest times made into Africa. You see? So this is a powerful demonstration. And, we have a lot of information where we go into a lot of this history and talk about how the people came out of Canaan land or Asiatic. You got Asia Major, Asia Minor, and all of this has to do with the relevancy of this. We're going to get into some measures that's very important to show you how this Willie Lynch, curse has had an effect on keeping our people from uniting. I'm going to point out a couple of things in here and show you some things that's going to blow your mind that a lot of people have no knowledge of, because until we get that knowledge of self, we're going to always be lost. Here's another thing. A lot of people will ask or say, well, if you find a word that deals with a Kemetic root with etymology, you should be able to trace that word all the way up into the English. And you heard me go back and forth with brothers and seen me go back and forth with brothers in reference to dealing with the root M and R and how that M and R can be traced back all the way back to Egypt. It can be traced back to Mesopotamia. It can be traced back to India. It can be traced back to Kush. It can be traced back to Mauritania. All of these different areas, we can find this M and R root being traced, to particular portions of civilizations that happen to be the greatest civilizations of those particular people. For example, we know for a fact that Kemet had the greatest civilization to come first out of what we call Nubia. Some people use the term Tarseti. Some people use the term Nehesi. Some people say Sudan. Some people say Abyssinia. But it is known that the civilization started there, and they were also known as Meru or Meroe. This is along the Nile Valley. You've seen it. I've put it out there numerous of times. Also, when you go into India, we know of the Mauryan dynasty, which was established by Ashoka of India, the Indus Kushite Valley civilization along the Ganges, which is basically their Nile Valley in India. But we know the people of India migrated, from, the Nile Valley into the Indus Kushite Valley. So they're the same people, just establishing another civilization. And when we go up into even the region of Mesopotamia, we find the Amaru, the Amaru. The Amaru, also having that root, M and R, was a civilization that was Cushitic, coming from our people as well. Even going so far as the Sabah Miro, which become the Sabians or Sabaeid Cushites who went into Arabia. Sabah Miro, that Mero, still being there, that M and R. You see? And the same thing when we come up into the more modern time, we deal with the Puttites, and we find the Mari people that established themselves in that particular area. or the Demari, the Moorish gods, as we have demonstrated to our family and showed you the proof of this. Then when we come into the Syria region, of West Africa, the area of Senegal, where the door of no return is, and they refer to that because that's where the slaves were actually taken from. You find the M and R there as well. So this root word M and R goes back to all of these great civilizations, include Mauritania, all the way up in there, the Murakush, which later became Morocco. It was our ancestors who was founders of that empire, i.e. the Egypt of the West. The dominion of our ancestors came from the Nile Valley, the Aksumite Empire, and extended to the Aksumite Empire, which is in the West, the Maghreb, Al-Maghribi. Mahrum is the word that they use amongst the people in the Mesopotamian region. You see? So once you understand this etymology, you see that this word root M and R is connected to all of these civilizations. And they were the same people. They were of the same stock. If right now, let's just say your mother and your father had 7 seeds. Y'all growed up in the house together. From toddlers and infants all the way into full grown adults. Teenagers. You went through all of those ages, from your youth, your manhood or womanhood, into maturity. And it was 7 of y'all. And at the time of your maturity, you decide to migrate. Some people, and let's just say you was in the Midwest. Let's just use the Midwest as you was in Chicago. And one of y'all said, all right, I'm going to move to Florida. The other say, all right, I'm going to move to New York. The other say, all right, I'm going to move to D.C. Another say, I'm going to move to Texas. Another say, I'm going to move to Atlanta. Another say, well, I'm going to move to Iowa. Another might say, well, I'm going to move, to another place in California or whatever. So you got 7 individuals that came from one house. So years pass, and let's just say, let's give them 70 years that they live. And throughout the process of that living, they produce family. Let's just say they produce 12 children, at the least maybe 5. Can we say that these people are not the same people as brothers and sisters coming from the same place that they came from because they are now living in other areas? Would it be logical to say that? No. We would have to admit that these people come from one household. They just migrated to different areas. You see? And so it's the same thing. Look at it on a planetary scale when we deal with what we call the migration out of Africa. Our people started, where they were, and they migrated to different parts in the planet. And from those them different parts and specific places that they went into, particular places they went into, they began their families. And their families began civilizations, but all of them start using the name at their root. It has the M and R there. And they just happen to be the greatest empire that sprout up, that used that name. Can you then later say, because they all became great empires, even though they came from one source, that they're not the same people? No. No, because at the end of the day, we know that it is the melanated, our people, who are the fathers and mothers of civilization. DNA says this, science says this, and everything else. We can't make this stuff up, people. So let's just touch the etymology of this word. I done did it before, but it's always good to use the hammer of repetition to make sure our people get it. Etymology has to do with tracing words from their root, from the ancient time into the modern, or from the modern time back into the ancient time. To be frank with you, family, what I learned is that through etymology, one is better able to understand history. because a lot of the information that I have, I traced based off of etymology. And off of that etymology, I found accuracy because when I end up taking my DNA test, some of the stuff that I had learned through the etymological tracing, just tracing by the language and the people, and archaeological elements, I found that this was accurate without the DNA. The DNA, once I received that gave me the realization of knowing that I had traced it right. You see, so that's a methodology. You see, now only one who would like to close their eyes to the information because they have some bias or prejudice wouldn't be able to accept this. I don't care how plain it is, how easy you bring it to the manifest, they're going to still try to find a problem with it because it is a hatred that they have deep within from themselves because they have been misled, they have been miseducated, and some of them want to be thinking as they do. So we're not concerned with them. Them days over for me. If you don't get it, you don't get it. You see, if you come into the fold of the understanding, all well, but we ain't gonna waste no time going back and forth with you. You see what I'm saying? Forward ever, back would never. Because the time that we wasting to go back and forth with you, we can be dealing with people that want the truth. And we won't be wasting time. So anyway, M&R, right? Etymology, mayor, chief magistrate. What am I saying here? I'm showing you that the M&R in its etymology, when we go back to Kemet, we find its oldest attestation, and it equals mayor, chief, magistrate, and so forth and so on. Now, unfortunately, we're in the process of correcting a lot of the misunderstandings, but we do a lot of testing of words through what we call, recognizing strong words. And you recognize a strong word by its many attestations through different languages, rather than just depending on what somebody said. So you will see here in this particular work, and want to give honors, to at least your boy E. Wallace Budge being honest in the fact that he wasn't the author of what is in most of his dictionary, and also telling you where these things come from. And he tell you that they come from the Demotic language. The words that he have, most of them. And the Demotic language didn't exist, when Metal Net, as far as the pictures that had come into existence. But nevertheless, him moving along with Western Egyptology, you will see where they have transcribed pictures as a representation for letters. But in all actuality, this is not the correct way. So we know that when we see this word up here, Mernut, that this is really hieratic. It's really in kin to the hieratic because we understand that they took hieratic letters and converted them into pictures. And that's why he has that here. But that was not the way of the ancient Egyptians. So this word here is hieratic. You see? Mernut. So you can pretty much look at these as what we call them indicators or descriptives. They are descriptives. They ain't got nothing to do with this particular word here, even though people try to read it that way. So it says, and we correcting that now. Literally, I got all my stuff up behind this presentation. Well, I'm actually in the process of dealing with the writing of the book that's going to correct all of that. So anyway, Mernut, Mernut, in and of itself, has to do with what they call a governor of the town, a mayor, right? Mernut. Merhetert, is said to be the overseer of 6 courts of justice, right? Then you have Merkat, which is the director of public works or the clerk of the works. We can see that all of these particular words, dealing with mir at their root, has to do with either a governor or a mayor, one who is an overseer of the courts of justice, or one who is a director of public works or the clerk of the works. This is what we are concerned with here. You understand? So now that we have this special knowledge, right, we got an idea of what the word mirror actually means from the Kemetic standpoint. You see? Not dealing with the pictures, but dealing with the word itself, which is based on the hieratic. So anyway, so now let's come into the English language. What is a mayor? Principal officer of a municipality, chief magistrate of a city, a borough. Mayor, mirror. Now it's going through the etymology. Look at the words for mayor now. M-A-I-R. You see that, right? M-E-I-R. You see that, right? 13th century as a surname from Old French. Maire, head of a city, town, or government. 13th century originally. Greater, superior, adjective, right? From Latin, mayor, again. Also major, because J is interchangeable with the letter I. This is why you hear some people say Isos, Jesus, Isa, Yesa. That's why they do that, because J is interchangeable with I. So mayor becomes major. You see? Comparative of magnus, which means great. So this word major also means great, large, big, of size. You see, that sounds great when you put that in the perspective of dealing with the head of a city or government, right? So abundant, quantity, great, considerable, of value, strong, powerful, of force, of persons, elder, aged, also figuratively, great, mighty, grand, important, magno from the root meg, which is great. This is all dealing with the word mayor now. Now, you just thought mayor was somebody that's just running your city, but you see the deep definition of what mayor is. So right here alone, we should see, well, what are we doing trying to elect a mayor under the United States government? Why shouldn't we have a mayor under our own government? Only difference is, instead of using the term mayor, we use the term executive ruler. So the executive rulers, which are consul generals, and vice consul generals, is actually like 7, officials, that pretty much make up the consulate, because they reflect the 7 officials that make up, the government. There are 7 officials make up the government. So in all actuality, the universal term we all use regardless of title is executive rulers. And we refer to Prophet Noble Drew Ali as the supreme ruler, who's still working from the plane of soul, because that's what he said he was going to do. So now let's go into the alternative forms, and go deeper into this etymology. And we see ma'iri, ma'iru, mar, me'ir, mir, mehir, mir, miri, mir, mere, mehir, mir, ma'iri, mer, mer, merir, meri, ma'ur, ma'er, meri, mare, marye, mar-ur, major, motor, majir, mayur, and then obsolete. These are alternative forms. Now, notice this one form here in the midst of all these forms mentioned here. See this one form right here? Even if I wasn't to point this out, you can obviously see the etymology is there. So people that are ignorant would say, he think every word that says M and R mean more. No, you are ignorant, sir, in the fact that you don't understand etymology and how words connect to other words. That ain't my fault. So we see here the alternative form of mayor up here. One of the words in that alternative form is MER, which connects back to MER in the Kemetic language. So we call that strong words, because we can find the same definition for the word existing in the Kemetic aspect as exists in this. This is how we vet the words. Rather than just going off what they said, we trace them through etymology, connecting to other languages, and then we come to a conclusion. Yes, that is the right terminology. But if we go and we find the word, that is in the text of Kemet, and we can't find the etymology in the modern time, then, we place a question mark there. Where could this have come? Maybe it was just purely, confined to Egypt. Maybe. But that's only assumption. But we can say with certainty when we find these words as they come all the way up into our language, that the word means the same thing as it was. So we say, all right, we can check that out as being correct. Instead of going off of something because you read it somewhere and somebody told you that's what it was. So anyway, it goes again into the etymology again. And again, it goes back to 13 circa from the Middle English, etymology again, Ma'ari. And we see these same names up here with the alternative form. French, Mary, head of a city, town, government. From Latin, bigger, greater, superior. Magnus, to be great. Same thing we read up there in major. So when you understand it from that aspect, and that's not the only definition that deals with this root, because we have roots of mir that connects to the land. We have mir that connects to the spiritual realm, which is air, and then we have mir that connects to the water. And you'll hear us say Loft governs all event, land, air, water. You see? And we are told that we are lords of the plane of soul and lords of the plane of things made manifest. If that don't make you a governor of the land, air, and water, being given a divine authority, because we showed you in the Hebrew that the word may order means light being. So this represents us in our spirit state. And then we hear where it says in the Quran, Allah is the Lord of the heavens and the earth. You see, how does Allah lord over the heavens and the earth? He lord over the heavens through everything he manifested by means of his divine, omnipotence that he, we can say, displays before us. And he governs the plane of things made manifest through us. The Most High say he governed the people, he governed them. But he governed that people under his law that is being dictated to people by other men. So when we say we are lords of the plane of soul, lords of the plane of things made manifest, are the Khalifa of Allah. That word Khalifa means successor. So we are the successors of God himself. You understand? So this is the true position of an executive ruler. That's how deep it goes. You're not just a mayor, of a town just to be ruling a town. Not when you're dealing with what we call divine creed. You're not just an overseer of the courts of justice just because you're dealing with criminals on the plane of things made manifest. Your authority as an overseer comes from a power greater than that in which man can give. You understand? So this is what we mean when we say executive ruler. That's why these lessons have to be taught as they taught. You can't just have no NBC, Negro, black, color thought pattern, up the street, around the corner mentality and govern a nation. What we look like letting a thug govern a nation? What we look like letting a gangster govern a nation? You understand what I'm saying? And that ain't to take shots at my brothers and sisters that's in the streets. But it's different. One is working on the means of survival of the fittest. The other is working on the means of doing what is supposed to divinely be done. That's the difference between the two. Now, those who come up out of that mindset of being thug, being gangster, that have reformed their mindset, they will be the best qualified to sit in the seat because they have the strength to govern the people without being weak. But now they have divine intelligence to move according to divinity as opposed to moving according to being reactionary. You understand? So when one has been raised to consciousness now they will make balanced decisions instead of rash decisions that will cause the fall or the downfall of a particular people or a nation because they're moving off emotion. So this is why it is necessary that you have a meiotic balance in your consciousness. This is why it's necessary that you have a divine creed so that you have morals. Those who don't have morals, they'll talk to you any type of way. They'll treat you any type of way. They'll step on you and not even care because they don't feel like they have to answer to anyone. This is why it's dangerous to follow a mindset of anyone who begin to say there is no God that govern me, or there is no law that govern me. You're a fool if you get up under somebody like that and allow them to guide you anywhere, because they don't care about you. They only care about their own personal interests. And we can't have somebody like that at the head of our people talking about leading them anywhere. You understand? So it don't get no plainer than that right there. I didn't mean to go this far, but when I get out there, sometimes the ancestors get a hold to me and they start speaking through me, and I just let go and let them do what they do. I don't even be thinking, that I'm going to say this. It just come out that way. And if it come out that way to me, I feel that's what was meant to be heard by somebody. Somebody was meant to get that message, and they needed it. They was already looking for it, even though I may not know who it is, in particular. So here we have it here. This is what I was actually going to, and it speaks of maps in reference to the supercontinent Asia, and I'm going back to when, we could see all of this. See this here, it says Asia on the map, but then it's giving you different portions of Asia. This actually says America, parts. This is a part which deals with America. This is the Europe, the part which deals with Europe pars. Then we have Africa pars. This is the part that deals with Africa. You see Saudi Arabia right here all up in there. And you also have what you call the Mari portions of the ocean. That's why I was saying the Mari deals with the ocean as well. But Asia, this is the map Asia that represents Africa, America, Europe, and everything. This map is dated back to 1598, family. Here's another expression of that map, just in a different look, but you see it says Asia Major. And this is covering all of this, family. This is Egypt, Africa, all that. But hey, this is the same map, but just drawn up a different way. So back in the 1500s, 1538, 1543, 1598, they were looking at the world itself, are these maps, as Asia. And also this is America up here too, by the way. This is America. Same thing that's being displayed over here, but this is just being displayed in more detail here. That's all it is. So it says, in the process of time, as Eusebius, the historian, informs us, a colony of Asiatic Cushites settled in that part of Africa, which has since been called Ethiopia proper. Josephus asserts that these Ethiopians were descendants of Cush, and that his time, it says, they were still called Cushites by themselves and by all the inhabitants of Asia. According to Bruce, who traveled in Africa, the Abyssinians have among them a tradition handed down from time immemorial, that Cush was their father. Homer divides the Ethiopian into two parts, and Strabo, the geographer, maintains the division line which he alluded was the Red Sea. It says the Cushites of Asia immigrated in part to the west of the Red Sea, so Eusebius also thinks these remaining unmixed with other races. It says, and engross the general name of Cushite or Ethiopians, while the Asiatic Cushites have become largely mingled with other nations and are nearly quite absorbed as a distinct people, well nigh extinct. It says, hence from the allusion of Jeremiah to the skin of the Ethiopian confirmed and explained by such authorities as Omer and Strabo, It says in Herodotus and Eusebius, we conclude that the Ethiopians were an African branch of the Cushites who settled first in Asia. And we conclude also that these Cushites were Negroes. I do not recollect in any information as given us in any other place in scripture as to the color of the descendants of Ham. But is this sufficient as premises from which to infer that all Ham's posterity are Negroes? It says the inference rather is that all Ham's descendants, the Cushites, alone are black, because these are singled out, it says, by the prophet to illustrate his doctrine of impossibility of the human heart to turn from his wickedness. If the descendants of Mizraim and Canaan were of the same color as Cushite, it marvels that Jeremiah should pass them by and introduce an Ethiopian. So this is basically showing you that the people that were called Cushites were also known as Asiatics. And those people that were called Cushites, you see they give the terminology, they use the word black. We're going to cover this right here. This is what we're talking about. We're going to have to come to some understanding on by the time we get done with this. So when you hear us talk about, the covenant again of the Asiatic nations, it makes sense. It says, yea, the children of one father provided for by his care, and the breasts of one mother have given you suck. Right there, that lets you know that we see our people and all our people around the world that come from the same lineage as one people. So this covenant of the Asiatic nation represent all of the Asiatic nations that are mentioned in regards to dealing with being inhabited in the map, indigenous to the planet, like we said. You see, we don't care about who's there now, who's occupying it now. We know who the mother and the father of all of them were. We know who the original Y-DNA Adam and the mitochondria Eve were. You understand? So anyway, it says, let the bonds of affection therefore unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in thy father's house. And when you separate in the world, like we did, setting up different kingdoms, migrating, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. You see? So despite the fact that we have scattered abroad throughout the planet, we should have never preferred a stranger before our own blood. Many of us have broken that portion of the covenant. A lot of our people out here right now prefer strangers before their own blood. You can see it in social media. You can see the way that they treat their people as opposed to the way they treat those people that are said to be alien to their people. Look at the way that our people show respect to the European when they bring the European on their platform, as opposed to the way they treat each other. Notice how the European gets a pass and everybody want to step on, eggshells or tiptoe through the tulips when the European is on a platform. But when it comes down to dealing with our people being on the platform, it's always an argument. It's always a challenge. Notice this, family, because they are preferring a stranger before their own blood. They're in violation to this Asiatic covenant. So anyway, it says, if thy brother's in adversity, assist him. If thy sister's in trouble, forsake her not. So we should never see our brothers and our sisters in a state of adversity. I don't care where they is on the planet. They can be here or in the mother continent. We should never feel so disconnected to where they in trouble, to where we are not willing to aid and assist our brothers and sisters. And when we say aid and assist, they ain't got to deal with somebody necessarily being on the physical aspect, but you support them if they are demonstrating that which is just, that which is honorable. You ain't gonna support nobody when you know they doing something wrong. At that point, you got to take the lessons and straighten them out too. Like you see me doing with them Arabs a lot of time, the Bedouin Arabs, and we done had it where they hear us now. Now they writing, all types of books and everything else, and websites where they putting information out there about us, because they hear us. They hear us. That's all we want to know. Noble Drew Ali say we're gonna have to take these lessons and straighten our brothers out in the East. So I'm just following his instruction. So anyway, last but not least, it goes into also saying, so shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all in your love to each other. That's the only way, that the support and the care gonna be continued to us all, in us all, in our love to each other. So this is what the Holy Covenant of the Asiatic nation dealing with. It ain't just for the Moorish Americans. That's why I say Holy Covenant of the Asiatic nation. That means all of our people. When we look at that, we see our NOI family. We see our UNIA family. We see our RBG family. We see our 5% family. We see our Hebrew family. We see a lot of them won't speak like this and talk like this because they so caught up in their own body. But I'm telling you, this is what we mean when we say this, because we're looking at the collective. Until we come together as a collective, we will always suffer the same abuses and be mistreated as we have always been mistreated. Until we come on one accord, agree to a compromise, and coming together in unity, we're going to always be mistreated and treated the same way we are. I know that sounds harsh to some. That sounds horrible to some people for me to say that we supposed to all come together in unity. No, because in your doctrine, you teaching that you the one and everybody else is infidels. In your doctrine, you teaching that you the holiest, you the chosen, and everybody else are Gentiles. You understand? Most of our people teach that type of doctrine. And that is the reason why we have been suffering as a people. Out of all the groups I just named as being my brothers and sisters, all of them are teaching a closet doctrine that has to do with being in unity with their own particular group instead of us as a whole. No matter how much membership you have in your particular group, if the whole of our people is not united, then there are people that are still left out in the cold. Homeless, so to speak, when it comes to dealing with. And you don't care about them until they accept what you accept. We don't demonstrate like that. When I come up here and teach, I'm teaching with people that's not even Moorish, that may not even care or never even care to come into the Moorish paradigm. But I'm teaching everybody the same way, with equality. Not with intention of saying, I ain't going to give you this if you don't come apart. No, I'm putting the truth out here to everybody. And what ones choose to do with that, that's on them. I'm not here to browbeat nobody over the head and try to force them to become something. I'm just giving you, what it is that we demonstrate. So nobody should be offended. But what it is my strong position, because I know what I'm talking about and I'm backed by information. It makes certain people feel uncomfortable. It's not that I'm trying to force them into throwing down what they believe. In their mind, they are not stable. Because if they were, they wouldn't feel shook up by what I'm saying. They wouldn't feel threatened by what I'm saying. So that lets you know, if you feel any type of way about what I'm teaching, you're not founded in what you say you stand on. Because I wouldn't be able to shake your foundation. You understand? You wouldn't be able to feel as if I'm a threat to what it is you believe. Because if you already had the truth, what I'm saying should mesh with what you already know. And you should be able to find common ground in it instead of becoming unnerved and feeling some type of way. That let you know that you're weak. And the only way that I know that you think you weak is because you were raised up to challenge me when I'm here talking about bridging the gaps in unity. And you come with a demarcated thought pattern and say, no, we ain't one. That's different. I disagree with that for the sake of doing it. You disagree, but you don't have anything to give the people to bring them into unity. You disagree because it don't coincide with what somebody else taught you. You disagree because it's going against what you're trying to teach and it's messing with your money. You understand? I make it plain. That's another reason. Sometimes I make it too plain. And individuals like to complicate the simple. So here we have our grand body of executive rulers of Moorish America. And when we go into this, you know, as you see in our government drawing, we have the meeting of the 7 sages to make laws for the coming of the nations of the earth. This is coming from our Moorish Holy Quran. We should be able to find the teachings of what we are trying to establish in the book. So coming forth from the Moorish Holy Quran, we have here in these ayats. Now, when the sages were refreshed and they opened up the book of life and read, they read the story of the life of man and of all his struggles and losses and gains in the light of past events and needs. They saw what would be best for him in the coming years. These are the sages, you know, that come throughout the climes in the time. It's always 7 sages, according to the way we teach. And those sages come forth and they pretty much reflect upon everything it is that has passed in the history that came before them. You know, and then they are able to see what is best for those who are to come. Because we see what will work according to what took place in the past. You see, now we got to see how these things can be made applicable, or what needs to be made applicable in the present. You see? It says they knew the kind of law and precept suited to his estate. They saw the highest Allah ideal that the race could comprehend. Upon the 7 postulates, these sages were to formulate the law of life. It says of the coming age that souls may rest. You know, in the teachings of our NOI family, in the theology of time, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad talked about the 12 scientists, you know, and how they would gather together, you know, and pretty much contemplate, you know, upon future events, you know, and then they would basically fulfill those special events, bring them into fruition. You know, where before the Honorable Elijah Muhammad came with that teaching, this is the teaching that was taught, is being taught in the Moorish paradigm. The 7 sages came forth and they were able to look into the past and then look, you know, into the future and see what was being demonstrated. Same teaching, just different books, a different methodology of bringing forth the teaching. You know, Noble Drew Ali was teaching this, you know, prior. So you see here we have all of our, you know, executive rulers, you know, and those who are on the manifest. You know, even our executive ruler emeritus, we say that when one of our families passed form. You know, all of those who are on the manifest, you know, demonstrating, so to speak. And you know, they all here. So we on the manifest. We building. Problem is trying to get our people to understand, you know, what it is that need to be done, the time, and what need to be done, what we need to be doing to build, you know, as a nation. You see what I'm saying? So when you come into this particular drawing, I was telling y'all they was asking about the consulates. Now I'm gonna go into the Book of Fire in a minute. You know, we have a consulate in Indiana. We have a consulate in Virginia. Have a consulate in Florida, North Carolina, Oklahoma, South Carolina. See? Michigan, Iowa, Oregon, Nebraska, Texas, Georgia, the Moorish Virgin Island, Canada, and Minnesota. If it's not a consulate on here that's mentioned, then those who are amongst our brothers and sisters that are looking, you know, that are interested in becoming, part and partial, they are more than welcome to come forth and take their place among the affairs of the human nation and among our people, so to speak, to build there. First thing that has to be established is a study guide, in the study group, and then once you build, then you move forward from there. So that's the aspects of dealing with how you establish a consulate so that we can begin to do the work, because the consulates are what make up Moorish America. You understand? That's where you're able to govern the territory. So that being said, family, now that we went through that briefing, let me check on my family and make sure they are right here. Okay, they're saying show my screen. Okay, that's good too, because I wasn't really going over a whole lot when I was speaking. I did go over the aspects of dealing with mirror. Thought I was sharing. I hate when I do that. So you got the audio, so you all right. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna share this right here and show you what I was explaining though, so that you can see it without having to go back into it. This is what I was reading into right here. I didn't go into this part here and show that the word Amu was used by the Egyptian for the Remet, or people in general, as Asiatics. This is the map that I was telling y'all about from 1598, Asia. And you can see it here. Africa pars, America pars, Europe pars, and see at the top it says Asia. So when you hear the Honorable Elijah Muhammad or Noble Drew Ali use the term Asiatic, referring to the people, it's referring to it in a time where everything was referred to as Asia. This is what I was reading earlier when I was talking about the Kushites here. This is the other map that I was referring to with the Asia Major here. 1538 to 1543. You type this in, you will find this map Basili, map Amsterdam. You can Google it right now and they're going to come up just like I'm showing them to you. So, also, when I just went over our executive rulers as I was speaking to you about them, I was actually going over this page first in our love tab. And, this is what I was going over, the Holy Covenant of the Asiatic Nation, when I was going over that. Then I went over just a few minutes ago telling you about the 7 sages that came forth to make laws for the nations of the earth. I.e. here we have 7, and even more than that are on the manifest, that are here to build, all of our family. We got to do some updating too on this area too, but nevertheless, these are our executive rulers. And then I was actually getting ready to go here. I did go here actually, and I was showing you all. Hold up, give me a second. Okay. Here we go. This is how our government website always come up. Y'all done been on it. So I was just showing you that our consulates, the ones that are active, All right, family. Yes, sir. We back. So I know you should have been able to see the screen when I just showed you the little bit that I did show you, unless it went off, you know. But what we gonna do, just to pick back up where we left off at, we gonna show you again. Like I said, this is it right here, family. This is how you can know when somebody for you. Because when somebody for you, Rome gonna do anything they can to try to stop what it is that they bring into the manifest. The ones that's against you, Rome gonna make sure that they got as most stability as they need. So anyway, like I was showing here, this is where our consulates are, family. And if you about doing the work and you want to uplift and you want to build, you're more than welcome to become a part and partial. And it's a process that one go through. You don't just go straight into, the realm of executive ruler without being brought forth in the proper knowledge. So that's a process that you have to go into in any situation. You want to be an apprentice carpenter, you got to be taught how to do carpenter work. That way you have proper knowledge. If you have discipline and you're willing to yield a little humility, so to speak, so that we can work together as a collective, all is well. It ain't got nothing to do with submitting to no man, bowing down to no man. It's about working together and using our talents together to uplift fallen humanity. But if one don't have that type of discipline, it ain't gonna be nothing more than conflict that come up out of that. So, one have to, consider it. If that's what they want to do, they want to build, then all is well. The door is open to, any of our people, brothers and sisters, because this is not a man-dominated environment that we in either, because we have the sisters on the front line with us. Goddesses and queens is what we call them. They equal. They are equals. So, if one has a problem with dealing with, the feminine energy, so to speak, and they can't deal with that right there, that's going to be a conflict as well. But other than that, we dealing with oneness and unity. It's enough work for all to do. So like I said, I was showing our family the different expressions, that I was putting out here earlier, and showing you, the different pictures that I have in the photos that was reflecting everything it is that we demonstrate. Even the concept with the mirror that y'all heard me building on, the MER demonstration, and the etymology. Even without me showing you, you understood what I was saying. But I'm going to show you what I was actually coming from, so you'll know that it's actually here. If you are my friend on Facebook, all you got to do is go into my pictures, and all of this stuff is here already. Everything that I say, most of what I stand on, I already posted, because I use my Facebook as a teaching page. I don't use it to post, personal life and, gossip and, all that there. I use it to teach. So this is what I was coming from early when I was giving you the breakdown on the word mayor, and how through etymology, that word mir, M-E-R right there, you see me circling right here, goes back to the word here, it's mirror. And we call these strong words. Strong because they are strengthened by their attachments to other language, and they come all the way up here, so that's where you hear me giving that definition from early. Apologize to those who may have been on but dropped off because they couldn't see what I was saying, and they was wondering why I wasn't showing it. I got to find out a way to be notified when I ain't showing it. Maybe somebody can ring me or call or something on Facebook, when my thing does that, because I be thinking I'm sharing the screen sometime and I don't. And that may lose individuals' interest. And they're like, what is the man up here talking about? I can't see what he's saying. When I'm showing it, and thinking that it's being displayed, but it's not. It's all right, though. We ain't going to cry over no spilled milk. So what I'm getting ready to do Right now, I'm going to actually go into the Book of Fire. And I got to pull that back up because it dropped off a few minutes ago. So we'll pull that up right now. And I'm going to pull this one up because I actually had both of those open. Okay, they open back on the same pages, so I ain't got to do that either. Praise be to Allah. Let's see what our Book of Fire do. We're going to start with that. Okay, here we go. Hold up. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna play a particular demonstration real quick. Let me see. I want to make sure I share the sound with y'all because I gotta go grab my charger real quick. Okay. Let's see. I want to go to my history, and I got a grand thing I want to show y'all real quick. Okay. Okay, here we go. Yeah, there we go, right there. I want y'all to hear this elder speaking right here. Okay. I want to give honor to, also Lewis Spot. We just utilizing this right here. If you ever see this family, we're not trying to take the content. We just sharing this content with our family to further the message that you already put out here, family. So that's my disclaimer. Whatever come forward, it ain't no big deal. I ain't worrying about getting struck for it because I want y'all to get the information. That's how I do. I sacrifice, when I'm trying to bring some information to the people. It is what it is. Okay. Yeah, I don't live off YouTube. I just use it as a sharing apparatus. So here it is right here. I'm going to play this real quick. And then I'm going to let me do this again. I want to make sure that this is actually shared. Okay. And I want to make sure that it's sharing the audio. Okay, there we go. Let's see. There we go. Okay, so let me expand it a little bit. And I want y'all to hear this real quick before I even go into what I'm saying. This is based on what I have said thus far, just dealing with a certain aspect of knowing who we are as a people.
A book called The Mark of Oppression. And these two publishers, Cardiner and Oversea, said that they could not understand how is it that a group of people, African Americans, have been bludgeoned over their heads mentally and spiritually for hundreds of years and are still surviving. They couldn't understand it. And they said so in their book. The answer came out in 1996. Why it is that not only have African Americans survived the worst mental and spiritual bludgeoning of any people in recorded history, but they are becoming champions of everything in which there is a level playing field. No matter what it is, we predominate in every field. This is why they won't teach our children African history, because they know that once our children get on the same level playing field as their white counterparts, that they will dominate just like we dominate in basketball, baseball, football, track and field, and anything else in which there is a level playing field. So that while they teach their children about the greatness of their European ancestors, they won't teach our children about the greatness of their African ancestors, because then that would be a level playing field in academia. And they know that we will predominate, just like all of these examples we've given them, that our children predominate when they know who they are from the African historical point of view. Now, here's what I found out in 1996. A group of geneticists wrote this book. Little tiny geneticists.
Can you identify where they're from and how it came about?
Yeah, okay. All right, sure. Yes, indeed. An organization is called the American Association for the Advancement of Science. The American Association for the Advancement of Science. Now, this organization is composed of people who study about DNA and the genome. And you've been reading about the DNA and the genomes. Well, this group of scientists came upon an idea by accident at first that different groups of people had different numbers of DNA series.
Explain that.
Now, a DNA series means that when your DNA is located and say they get a hair from your head and they subject it to certain tests, they say, well, this is the DNA of Minister Brown and yours is different from everybody else's in the world. All right. Then they found further that not only are their DNA series different, but the number of DNAs in there are different in different groups. Whites have a different number of DNA, and blacks have a different number of DNA series. Apes have a different number of DNA series. Then they found this amazing thing, that the greater the number of DNA series, the smarter the person, the group is, the greater the probability of genius within that group. So they tested the orangutans, these 15 geneticists from around the world. Now, these geneticists came from 9 different universities. And we have here on the cover of the pamphlet they put out the names of these geneticists. And you can see them right there, right beneath the title of this pamphlet. Now, this pamphlet, most people have no idea what it means. But breaking it down, and after you study it and have it explained to you by a geneticist, a trained geneticist, you will find that they're talking about DNA series. Now, here are the names of these 15 geneticists from around the world. University of Japan, University of China, Yale University is the headquarters of this organization called the American Association for the Advancement of Science. And you see it down there. Now, this was copyrighted in 1996. All right. What it said is this, and this is the mind-blowing part. It said that when they tested the orangutan, they found out he only had 3 DNA series. When they tested the gorilla, they found that the gorilla has 4 DNA series, but he's a little smarter than the orangutan. They tested the chimpanzee, which is an ape, and found that he had 5 DNA series. Then they went all into the different races of the world. They went into Europe and tested the DNA series of the English, the French, the German, the Spanish, the Russians, and found they had 6 DNA series. Then they put all of this, what they found from around the world, on a map. And this map really is called the intelligence map of the world because they tested 116 different human groups and found their DNA series numbers. All of them, all over the world, have 6. And they put the numbers in form of a little flag that you can see on this map. These little flags have a color. And they show, oh, this is upside down. I'm sorry. Yeah. And they show that the English have only 6. And all into Europe, only 6. Went over into Japan and China, and they only have 6. Over into America, which is predominantly European, and they only have 6. Then they came to Africa, and they came to the part of Africa. Now, all the rest of them, they put in little flag colors. Those flag colors are orange, red, if you notice. But when they came to Africa, found out that the African people have 9 DNA series from here just below the Shanghai Empire down to the foot of Africa. All those 10 nations, of which African Americans descended from one of them, we have 9 DNA series, the greatest possibility of genius in our group. Now it's answered this age-old question: how can a people survive being told they're nothing for 400 years, never allowed to learn that they came from beautiful cities and told they came from a jungle? How could a people survive? How can a people become champions in everything they touch? Because they have 9 DNA series, while the rest of the world has only 6.
Yeah, I just wanted to stop right there because I don't want to play too much where it looked like I'm taking from the particular information. But you can see what the brother was saying. When they put out the intelligence map, what I will do is show you that this is an actual real scientific paper, that actually exists. I will show that to you so you can go and actually download it. And once you download it, you can have it in your particular archives, and all is well. So let me get a second here. I'm just trying to pull the document up, and that way you can go into it yourself and look into it. They have a copy of it here. And I got it right there. So let me open up my screen. And this is the same document the brother had in his hands. Then let me share it. Okay, go to window, we'll go to Tisco. Since I don't need any sound. So yeah, this is the document the brother was holding up, and he was talking about the race. In fact, it's crazy because, if y'all remember, those of you who was present when I had a conversation with the brothers, dealing with this concept about these so-called apes, I was showing that our DNA sequencing was different from theirs. And it ain't strange in this particular scientific document here, found later, they are showing the sequencing, the nucleotide sequence is what I was trying to show them, brothers, and show them how we was different from the ape. And they basically just demonstrated. They said the ape had 3 in intelligence, but the human being, has between 6 and 9, and that the Europeans are on a level of 6 when it comes to the intelligence map, and we are dealing with 9. So this is dealing with them same nucleotide strips that I was showing, the STRPs. I was showing this to them, and they was laughing. Talking about, oh, that's a high school, da-da-da-da-da. And this is the actual methodology that the scientists use to break down, this particular chart dealing with the DNA right here. It ain't strange, and it's crazy because they actually call it Alu. The Alu and the Eleli. It's crazy that they use that terminology because this word Alu, is a root word that connects to the word Allah from the Kemetic aspect. I demonstrated this on more than one occasion when we talk about Saket Alu, the garden of Alu that it said that Ra went into. When it said that Ra went into that garden, because mankind got so disobedient, so to speak, he hid himself from him. And this is where he went into the garden that was known as Alu, aka Allah. I literally demonstrated this on more than one level, but I didn't know it connected to, this is crazy. You know, it ain't no strange happenings. You know, it's talking about the African that existed 300,000 years ago. We already know that's talking about the Jabir Uhu that I always be talking about. You know, and see how they dealing with this same thing here in the breakdown. You know, of the STRPs here. You know, they have the Alu here mentioned there. That's crazy. You know, see, they breaking them all down to GATCAGGT and all. That's what shows the differentiation between, you know, man, you know, and the ape. But look at this here. You know, talking about the Alu, the chromosome. So we always talk about, you know, Allah being present or God being present at the DNA. You know, we can see the same words being used here. And this is why I be telling our people a lot of these words that we find, you know, expressed, you know, as they are, but then the pictorials have a deeper formula that they relate to. So this is the whole thing here, man. It's giving up the haplogroup, showing the different groups over here, you know, where they are on the scale. You know, it's a powerful demonstration. You know, but the elder broke it down, and this is called, this document here. All you got to do is type this in: global patterns of linkage. You know, the disequilibrium at CD4 locus and modern human origins. For those of you who have seen me demonstrate, you know, like I said, you see me, you know, as a matter of fact, you know, I had to thrash the guy they call Cedric, you know, who consider himself a part of the scientific skeptic community, you know, on Sarnetta platform. I got hold to him one time and I pulled that out and he couldn't do nothing with it, you know, and I had pulled that out against Ankh as well, who couldn't do nothing with it. You know, when it come to dealing with that information, they can only, oh, you made that up, that's pseudo, you know, that's what they was all hollering, you know. And I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about too, by the way, so that y'all can see this. And I'm gonna go into our book of fire and get to reading it. You know, all this right here is really still just laying the foundation of what we really here to talk about tonight. We really want to bring our people into some insight, family. We got to wake them up because they've been sleeping too long. So let me get this other, give me 1 second to pull this other document up. Once I pull that up, then I open up. Seems like it work better when I pull it up, you know, while the screen is down, and then I open it up. So let me do this real quick. So you see, we have the most superior intelligence. We didn't say that. That's what the scientists said. All you got to do is go pull that document up, family, and it's going to tell you the same thing. We can't make this stuff up, but they hid that stuff from the people, like the elder said. When they find, but you got to remember, when they find stuff like that too, family, it's dangerous for them to have that type of knowledge, you know, and we not know that they have it in their possession, because that automatically put them in defense mode. And when they get in defense mode, people, they service to do anything. You know what I mean? They liable to try anything, you know, for genetic survival, like our sister Frances Cress Wilson, you know, said. So we need to pay attention to that. Okay, let me see. I think it should open up. Yeah, there we go. This is the my famous PDF I always pull up. Nobody been able to debunk this. I got so much scientific literacy up in here, real scientific literacy. Okay, let me open this up again so that y'all can see this. Remember, family, be sure to share this video if you want other people to see what it is we demonstrate. You know, our brothers, you know, that was on here, our brother that's on here now, Atham, creator of the Boundless Universe, Marquise, all you brothers, you know, everybody loved that last video we did together when we was on the panel building in unity. They loved that, family. Got a lot of high, you know, vibration from the people. They love to see us build like that. You know, and I told them that's all we gonna bring. Nothing less than that same type of build when we get out here. So hold up, let me get back over here. I already opened it. Did it close up or something? Now you don't want to open it up. Okay, there we go. Here we go. So yeah, this is the document. I ain't got to go all the way through. I'm just going to hit on particular points. Um, Give me a second here. Words and numbers are very powerful, family. That's what I really want to say. Above all else, and this is what I was telling you when I was talking about the word Alu that was being used here. This is actually a name for a celestial city. Alu, Alu, which is also synonymous when you deal with the changing of the word. You come into Allah, which is the field of reeds right here. This is where it is said that Ra himself retired himself to. See, Allah, a field of peace. But we see them using the same word in connection to dealing with the DNA. That's very powerful because we understand that Allah is within us. Allah is the light within us. See this right here? I was breaking it down here, showing the origin of the name, and how it connects to the omnipresence of God in man, showing the symbol Allah itself. When you break it down, it represents the omnipresence of God in man. And you see all of the different variants in the etymology. That's another proof being proven. See, this is the Kemetic ayah, which is ayah, and that comes straight up out of Kemet, and it evolves into la, Allah, 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 and Allah. Through all this Hebrew, all the way up. It's the Kemetic version too, but this is Allah in the Arabic. Well, this is Kemetic, this is the Hebrew, and this is the Arabic part itself. So these are different pieces, evolutionary portions of that name. We can't make this stuff up, right? But I'm showing how this actually connects, to the same information that we was just building on. I love to hit people with this particular version here. This is my Bible right here that I had for over 30 years. I love this one right here. See what it tell you about this word? King James Version too. The word derives from Allah, which means to worship, adore, and presents God as the one supreme object of worship. So Allah is the name of God in Hebrew and Arabic. So some people so ignorant, they be thinking it's talking about a different deity when they really fighting their own creator and don't even know it. That's why you got to study etymology. And once you understand that, you'll stop going against each other, fighting over nonsense. You know what I mean? So I always use that and show these particular measures. But watch this. It's a couple of names and they're also the same. I ain't going into that, like the word Yahweh and all that right there, how it deal with the DNA, God eternal within the body, because we're dealing with the gematria, the numbers that's on the side of the letters. And that's where we get them hidden values from. And we also understand that the Hebrew letter, just as well as the Arabic letters, form the form of a man, even the Hindu letter. That ain't strange, family. We always show our people this to try to get them. When you take that and you turn it upside down, pull them together, you see that the Hebrew look just like the Arabic aspect, but just a different form of writing. You know what I mean? So we dealing with the same supreme being. We just haven't dug deep enough. See that? That's the name Yahweh. Take it, pull the letters together, flip them upside down, pull them tighter together. You got Allah as it's wrote in Arabic. You understand? This stuff ain't by chance, family, that you can do this. The Most High know what he was doing. That's his humor. While y'all fighting, thinking y'all fighting over who God is real and who God fake, you really fighting over the same deity. Look, even with this other measure dealing with, we just showed you right here. This is Sanskrit. This is dealing with, Om, Mani Padme Hum symbol, which they say is the sound of the universe. It shows the shape of a man. Now, this is Om in its most common form right here. But yet you can take this same symbol Om and still form the name Allah. In India, you think that this is by chance that you can do this? You think somebody sat there and say, we're going to make this Om symbol, where you can break it down? No. Most of these people were just calling these things this in their language. But it ain't strange that these are all the words of power that had to do with being able to activate the universe or dealing with names of the creator. You know, and it said in the beginning was the word with God, the word was God. Everything was made through the word. You know, man was made in the image of God. We can see all of that being depicted here. You understand? You know, this right here stopped the fighting already on one level. You know, we should be able to come to a level of compromise and unity based on that alone. You know you're talking about the same supreme being. You know you're talking about the same supreme reality. Stop fight. You see? Yeah. You know, I showed this a couple of times. You know, I showed, you know, oh man, this is crazy. As much as we can go into this, since we talking about man. You see? This Allah, this Rashid, divine Adam. It's different between the man you call Adam and the divine Adam. We talk about that all the time. Also term Adonai, Messiah, and Christ, who is the image of God. See, this go beyond the Jesus you talk about. You know, the Sefer Allah, the spheres of Allah, what we call the Zohar. You know what I mean? Adam Cod man. That's the divine protoplastic Adam. We talk about that protoplast man, spirit man. You understand? He is the character, his character expresses the image of God's person, the divine and true man who is the Lord from heaven, displaying his pre-existing and glorified humanity in the periodic ages of the world, meaning he manifests himself throughout the cycle ages, people. That's the Most High using that vehicle to work for him. See what I'm saying? Look at him. Aya, Jah the Great. Come on, man. Same supreme being that's mentioned. It ain't strange to talk about Ahu and Aya, and it represents the limbs. To rejoice, to acclaim. Look at that. See the expression up here in the name Yahweh? They still has a personage of two human beings, really a masculine and feminine principle. The word Yah is right here. See? So, I mean, this is, you know, I just go through this all the time to try to reiterate this stuff to our people so they understand what it is they be looking at. You know, the Most High use you. He worked through you, people. If you're pure enough. See the Arabic over here, the word name, Hua, he, him, he who is Allah, the one. Then in Hebrew, Yahuwah. Some people say Yahweh, I am he. Come on, bro. You still talking about the same supreme being. And it's through this name, the YHWH, you know, where we get the breakdown on God eternal within the body. You know? So once you understand this right here, and like I said, you go back to that concept of Alu that they use, and you understand the God code, you know, within the body, you know, like it says here, the YH indicates the eternal aspect of God's ancient name. That's in your DNA. Now we understand the intelligence in us that differentiate us, you know, from the ape and from the European. Intelligent design, people. The same thing that applies to the Hebrew applies to the Arabic, and you come up with the same numerical value. You know? So that being said, I come up here now to show y'all what I was talking about earlier when I was speaking on the DNA sequencing. Because I had a copy of that in here too. Well, I got to go further down into this document. Yeah, this right here upset them when I brought this information out right here. Okay, there you go, right there. See, I had brought this chart right here, and they was laughing, ha, 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 because I took them to the actual chart. This is an excerpt from it. I took them to the website where I had got this from. It was a scientific website. It was like 10th grade information to show them that they were showing basically this was hypothetical to common ancestors because they really don't have one. But this DNA and this one was real being compared to the human. And if you look in here, you see that from all the way AGGCA, this is where they become different at. You know, so the chimp got a whole chunk here that go all the way up to about here to this C. And then they start by getting similar in this particular area here. But in this area here, you see ATAAA. You know what I mean? And you see C, 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 T, T. C, 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 T, T. The chimp and the gorilla is the same, but they different from the human. So, you know, once I showed this right here, I upset them brothers. And I beat Cedric up with the same information I had already beat Unc up. So I extracted it and showed them. This is man. This is the common ancestor. This is the ape. So even between the common ancestor, the ape and the man, they all different. You understand? So, you know, I went into all of that. So, you know, I just pointed that out because I was also showing you, you know, that later, I didn't know nothing about this document here. Here they go, using similar breakdowns to show you, you know, the DNA sequencing. They've laughed at me about this, but this was done in 1996. Look, they're giving all the different aspects, the chimpanzee, the orangutan, the gibbon. Then it goes into most hominid species are polymorphic, but alleles range only from 3 to 6 repeats. You know what I mean? It's showing you the repeats in it, and they different from that of the alien. See, then it comes into what they call the Alu element, you know, and it says this type of mutation is unlikely to have occurred more than once. DNA sequence analysis of several Alu deletion chromosomes from African and non-African individuals. It says revealed that all chromosomes contain the identical deletion so that common ancestry can be assumed, right? And then it says Alu deletion, allele, and they're showing that this Alu aspect, you know, in the allele was typed through the published primers and the protocols. It was found rare. It says to be absent in 9 Asia and 8 in the New World, 3 in the Pacific Island population examined, and occurs at approximately a 25 to 30% frequency in 70 European and Middle Eastern population. So, you know, it just goes on. You know, and it goes into the African population frequency of the Alu. Allele ranges from 7 to 28%. You know, so it's a whole bunch of measures in here. But again, there you see it. There it go. You see the way that they demonstrating, you know, with these measures. So it's a powerful drawing. Same type of measure they laughed at. And this is the information that they use, just like I was trying to show them. Scientists use. You see it right here. GC, GCA, AGATA. You know what I mean? And they telling you what this represents. It's designed to be specific for the Alu and allele, such that long range of PCR amplification with primer A occurs only on chromosomes that contain the Alu deletion. You know what I mean? So it's powerful. You go through here, you'll understand the whole of what's being said here. The brother gave a good breakdown on the video. I just wanted you to know that the source exists for what that elder put up there. You know what I mean? We can't make this stuff up. You know, but yet and still some of our people try to fight this, you know, because no, this right here make the African seem like they supreme and superior. You know, we can't possibly be supreme and superior. We're going to hurt somebody's feeling, y'all. We can't be teaching that. You know, hey, the scientists the one said it. We didn't say that. You understand? Yeah, we did not say that, family. Trying to be mean to nobody. That's what the scientists said. Now watch this. Let's go to the Book of Fire, finally, and see what was said here. Okay, let me see. Okay, look like I'm gonna have to reopen it. That's all right too. Okay, come back over here because I closed it out. I got it. I see what I did. Yes, I would like to restart the browser, sir. I would also like to restore this so I can get my information up here. Okay. Okay. Come on up. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So now let me present my screen. And we're going to go into exactly why we labeled this the Willie Lynch Denationalization Plan. Everything that I said a few minutes ago is necessary, in order to lay a foundation. The Willie Lynch Denationalization Plan. All blacks were made by design. Again, all blacks were made by design. I know a lot of our people don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. They hate to hear that when we say they think we being, you hate yourself. You hate the black people. No, we giving you proper knowledge. And tonight we're going to give it to you. So it says, let's go into the book of fire. It says the Willie Lynch Denationalization Plan, right? All blacks were made by design. Same thing as our subject title, right? So-called black African Americans at the turn of the 21st century still believing they are free because the European written 14th Amendment has made Fing citizens. You don't know what a Fing citizen is? A Fing is somebody that's perpetrating a fraud. It says out of free Negroes do not realize NBC did not just accidentally happen by mistake, but are the result of an evil, ungodly, man-made design. With the exception of Noble Drew Ali, focus on mental slavery, nowhere in this dehumanization more illustrated than in the original theology of Willie Lynch. Here's the Willie Lynch making of a slave in its entirety. And most of you have read the Willie Lynch. It says, we hold above the 6 cardinals as its truth to be self-evident. I remember years ago when I was woke up by this particular information. This is one of the documents that woke me up. But it says, based upon the following discourse concerning economics of breaking and tying the horse and the nigger together, all inclusive of the 6 principles laid down above. Note, neither principles alone would suffice for good economics. All principles must be employed for the orderly good of the good nation, or the good of the nation. Accordingly, both a wild horse and a wild natural nigger is dangerous, even if captured, for they will have the tendency to seek their customary freedom. You see what they saying? They say if you wild, that means you ain't been exposed to them taming you. You dangerous. If you think anything of your original form of glory, to them this is dangerous because you will seek freedom in that state. If you knew you were free, you'll try to be free. But if you don't know that you're a slave, then you don't care about being a slave. You're gonna be what somebody else that's what they're saying here. Whether you want to take this as a hypothetical document, literal or symbolic or whatever, we see what's being said because we see it's working today. So that's what makes the so-called Willie Lynch theory a reality. A theory is something that is practiced, and brought to the manifest, as a theory until it is proved to become a fact. And we know for a fact that this has had an effect. This methodology has had an effect on our people. So it's no longer Willie Lynch theory. This is slave-making doctrine. It's a fact. This is how you break the mind, the body, and the soul. It says, in doing so might kill you in your sleep. It says you cannot rest. It says they sleep while you awake and are awake when you are asleep. They are dangerous near the family house, and it requires too much labor to wash them away from the house. The above all you cannot, right? Above all, you cannot get them to work in this natural state. So when you're in your natural state, they saying they can't enslave you. You know, you ain't gonna work because you know who you are. Just like when our people wake up, you ain't finna let no people keep enslaving. You gonna try to find your way, you know, to work your way around, you know, that slavery and oppression, like most of our people doing now. Whatever means they found, a lot of them trying to break free because they know better. So they're trying to do better, right? It says, hence both the horse and the nigga must be broken. That's break them, it says, in one form of mental life to another. They got to remove your mental Rolodex. They got to remove anything of your former memory that remind you of when you was free. They got to take that from you. It says, keep the body and take the mind. See, that's what the elder was talking about, you know, in that documentary. It says, in other words, break the will to resist. This is why they burned the libraries. The only difference is they didn't burn no library when it come to us in this modern time. You know, they gave us hellacious conditions and put hellfire in our mind to burn up and consume anything that remind us of our original self as being God man, God woman to our sisters. You know, king and queens. You know what I mean? That's what they did. So your records have been removed, and you can actually reprogram someone's way of thinking, so to speak. If you alter their DNA, because they literally went in there and did that too. Your DNA becomes altered, and your mitochondria becomes broken when you consume certain foods. So they knew what to feed you to keep you unhealthy, right? As we call it, you know, you are what you eat, and that's mentally and physically. It says, in other words, break the will to resist. It says, now the breaking process, it says it's supposed to be is the same for the horse and the nigga. It says only slightly varying in degrees. So they compared the breaking of the horse. Somebody sat back and thought about it. Hey, we can break them just like we break horses. They call it buck breaking, and they even get involved with some other things that emasculate you. You already know what I'm talking about. Things that have caused some of our people to try to practice these things on themselves. It says, but as we said before, you must keep your eye focused on the female and the offspring of the horse and the nigga. So in other words, if they can break the woman, she gonna break the seed. Because she don't want the seed to end up being demonstrated upon like the father get it. So out of her mind of trying to be overly protective of the seed, she make the seed weak. You know, this is the plan. Break the female, give her, so she depends upon massa. And since she fed, you know, she loved, you know, the brother, but, you know, well, you know, I'd rather have my child if they're going to take you off the count. So ain't no strength in the man weak. But it says a brief discourse in offspring development will shed light on the key to sound economic principle. Pay little attention to the generation of original breaking, but concentrate on future generations. So they don't want to just deal with the ones in the present. They want you to have those who are in the future broken. So you take them seeds when they born as babies and remove them from their family, take them to another environment, and then that seed will come up in an environment befitting to what they have been taught. And then you got to keep them from communicating with people, you know, that have learned the system of slavery, you know, because they will have thoughts of trying to free them. They have thoughts of trying to teach them how to read. And so that's why they made these things crimes. Therefore, if you break the female slave, she will break the offspring in its early stages of development. And when the offspring is old enough to work, she will deliver it up to you. For her normal female protective tendencies will have been lost in the original breaking process, right? For example, take the case of the wild stud horse, a female horse, an already infant horse, and compare the breaking process with the two captured nigger males in their natural state. A pregnant nigger woman, in it says, with her infant offspring. Take the stud horse, break him for limited containment. Completely break the female horse until she becomes very gentle, whereas you or anybody can ride her in comfort. You already know what that means. Breed the mare until you have the desired offspring. Then you can turn the stud to freedom until you need him again. Train the female horse whereby she will eat out of your hand, and she will train the infant horse to eat out of your hand also. Now notice they have this stud male, impregnating this woman, and they don't have no type of sexual desire toward each other. They just using them to breed. So there is no real love there from the man, to know his son. So you can see how they broke that family bond of love. You can see how, they did that. It says, when it comes to breaking the uncivilized nigga, use the same process, but vary the degree and step up the pressure so as to do complete reversal of the mind. They want to reverse engineer your mind. Take the meanest and most relentless nigga. They talking about one that ain't been broke. One that refused to be broke. Strip him of his clothes in front of the remaining niggas. So see, they got use for him too. Female and the nigga infant. Tar and feather him. Tie each leg to a different horse faced in opposite directions. Set him afire and beat both horses to pull him apart in front of the remaining niggas. So this is to instill the fear of God in you, right? So it says the next step is to take a bullwhip and beat the remaining nigger male to the point of death in front of the female and the infant. This is what's being done even today when you get pulled over by Rome and they gun you down. The whip. I remember I used to listen to our brothers out of Memphis, and Houston, our brothers 8 Ball, MJG. And they said replacing whips with Berettas and clips on their hips. Quick to gang up on young brothers who make that grip. You know what I mean? I remember that in the song In the Line of Duty. You hear that? Replacing Berettas and clips, replacing whips with Berettas and clips on their hips. Quick to gang up on young brothers who make that whip, that grip. You know what I mean? Man. But anyway, even then, when I was listening to music, I would take a lot of that stuff in. That's where I was getting my education at. Listening to a lot of them brothers that was really saying something back then. They had content as opposed to the modern generation that has already been broken. They come from, stud bred sisters, so to speak. Some people just say sperm donors, and didn't have nobody to teach one as being a God man, unfortunately. And then we see what's being raised up now. We see, the culture. But anyway, it says the breaking process of the African woman. Take the female and run a series of tests on her. See if she will submit to your desires willing. Test her in every way, because she is the most important factor for good economic. So, they dependent on that woman to be dependent upon them, for a strong economic system. She gonna kick that man out. Her hatred for that man gonna have her in opposition to her. They'll never really be able to build nothing, because they'll always be tearing, things apart based upon the relationship. This was by divine design. And even make the brother feel, that he wrong for being treated the way he treated, even though he really don't have a way out, because that's the way the system has been structured. And this thing has been going on. It's became self-refueling, just like Willie Lynch wanted it to. If she shows any signs of resistance and submitting completely to your will, do not hesitate to use the bullwhip on her and extract the last bit of bitch out of her. Man, they cold-blooded, ain't they? They got this thing down to a science. Whoop her a little bit, she'll get in line. But when a man try to bring forth, I ain't talking about a physical discipline. You know, he try to talk to her and teach her something, she don't want to listen to him. You see? See? And this has been going on for years. Now they got people talking about they independent women. They don't need no man. And that's brought forth a whole new breed. You see how it works? Take care not to kill her. See, you don't want to beat her to death. For in doing so, you spoil good economics. They don't want you to destroy that manufacturing system. She worth more alive than she is dead. It says, when in complete submission, she will train her offspring in the early years to submit to labor when they become of age. Boy, you better get out there and get to work for master. Understanding is the best thing. We always say understanding is a rock upon which man builds himself on. Even in the supreme mathematics, they say understanding is the best part. But when all understanding has been stripped from you, the understanding of your knowledge, wisdom, and understanding as it relates to your culture, all that has been taken from you, that's a bad situation. Don't nothing good come out of that, people. Therefore, we shall go deeper into this area of the subject matter concerning what we have produced here in this breaking of the female nigger. We have reversed the relationship. We done made the woman feel like she in control and the man emasculated, weak. In her natural uncivilized state, she would have a strong dependency on the uncivilized nigger. It says male, and she would have a limited protective dependency toward her independent male offspring and would raise female offspring to be dependent like her. Nature, so when you think you're independent, you're really dependent upon the system that was created by this man to break down your family structure. So it says nature had provided for this type of balance. We reverse nature by burning the dependent like her and like her, right? And dependent like her. Nature had provided for this type of balance. We reverse nature by burning and pulling the one civilized nigga apart and bullwhipping the other to the point of death, all in her presence. In other words, mutilating her man before. This alone should be enough to make our people unite, just knowing that somebody does this and you see that this is being played out right now. So how do you break the curse? So again, it says, by her being left alone, unprotected with male image destroyed, the ordeal caused her to move from her psychological dependent state to a frozen independent state. In this frozen psychological state of independence, she will raise her male and female offspring in reverse role. Now, it's crazy because a lot of our people, even though this information come out like this and it says that it was written during the time it was written, our people don't even want to believe this. It's too much for them to accept. Oh man, that's a fake letter. So now you can dismiss this and get back to business as usual. We just showed you this goes beyond hypothetical theory. This is actually fact, because we see this is exactly what is happening and what has happened to put us in the situation we are. In order to break the family structure, this was the tactic that has been and is being used right now. Nobody can deny that. Even if you don't believe the letter is real, the narrative is real. In this frozen psychological state of independence, she will raise her male and female offspring in reverse roles. For the fear of the young male's life, she will psychologically train him to be mentally weak and dependent, but physically strong. See, just like some of our people is right now. You tell them, let's build our own government. They're mentally weak and dependent upon master, but they're physically strong and willing to work for master. They use all their talents to work for massa. But when it comes to dealing with themselves, they afraid to think free thoughts. What massa gonna do if I start trying to build my own nation? Man, they're gonna kill us. They killing us daily through what we eat and literally. So what? You can't die no harder than you already died. Stop being a coward and strap up your boots and stand up and be a man. You understand? Because you don't know when you're gonna go. But just do something where you can actually leave a legacy behind to at least inspire the generation, the young and not yet born. Have courage enough to do that if you ain't doing nothing else. It says because she has become psychologically independent, she will train her female offspring to be psychological independent as well. We can't deny this. What have you got? You got the nigga woman out front and the nigga man behind, scared. This is perfect situation for sound sleep and economics. They know you ain't gonna do nothing. They know they got you exactly where they want you. Sound economics now. They can build everything they want to. And you gonna bill it for. Before the breaking process, we had to be alert, on guard at all times. Now we can sleep soundly. For out of frozen fear, this woman stand guard for us. The woman is the one that's on guard. Anytime that Negro act like he want to get independent, she gonna call Rome. And Rome gonna get him in order. Rome gonna lock him up. Rome gonna put him on child support. Rome gonna compile arrears so that all of his money goes to them. Even what they make from income tax. They're going to take that back too. So that's taxation without representation. You understand? We can go into many aspects. You can never get ahead like that. Make you a criminal, you paying restitution. Put you in a situation where you're going to often default on loans and credit. You ain't got no job now. You got to rob Peter to pay Paul. He cannot get past her early infant slave molding process. He is a good tool now ready to be tied to the horse at tender age. See, they've been tying our young brothers to the horse at tender age when it comes to, I call it the middle passage. When they get 15, they already trying to put a felony in their jacket. You know, once they do that to you, your whole life is basically slavery. You know, not only that, but it's there also so they can disarm you under their system. That's what they mean by tying the youth, the young, you know, to that horse at tender age. It says by the time a nigga boy reaches the age of 16, he is soundly broken and ready for a long life of sound, efficient work and the reproduction of a unit of good labor force. From the age of 16, all they want to use you for is your brute strength, your muscles. They even act like they bigging you up. Man, that's a big old boy right there. Cock strong as an ox. You have a lot of them trying to prove how strong they is the massa. You know what I mean? Showing them that they gonna go hard. Y'all heard the story, John Henry, who tried to outwork, you know, a machine when automation came into play. Sound like history repeating itself to me. Continually through the breaking of uncivilized savage niggas, by throwing the nigga female savage into a frozen psychological state of independency, by killing the protective male image, by creating a submissive dependent mind of the nigga male slave, we have created an orbiting cycle that turns on its own axis forever. And the only way they can do that is that it goes into the essence of your DNA. Well, now it's a natural part of your thinking to do this, unless a phenomenon occurs and reshifts the position of the male and female savages. And that phenomenon was none other than Prophet Noble Drew Ali. He was the one that caused the paradigm shift in the hearts and minds of our people. It says, we show what we mean by example. We breed 2 nigger males with 2 nigger females, then we take the nigger males away from them and keep them moving and working. Say the nigger female bear a nigger female and the other bears a nigger male, and both nigger females, being without influence of the nigger male image, frozen with an independent psychology, will raise him to be mentally dependent and weak, but physically strong. In other words, body over mind. See, if somebody control your mind, you ain't got to worry about the body. Free your body, your mind, and your yes will follow. It says, we will mate and breed them and continue the cycle. That is good, sound, and long-range comprehensive planning. And they're doing the same thing now. They just found different ways of doing it. Now they tricky you, making you think you got yourself up while they doing it to you. So it says, warning possible interloping negatives. Earlier, we talked about the non-economic good of the horse and the nigger in their wild and natural state. We taught out the principle of breaking and tying them together for orderly production. Furthermore, we talked about paying particular attention to the female savage and her offspring for orderly future planning. Then, more recently, we stated that by reversing the positions of the male and female savages, we had created an orbiting cycle that turns on its own axis forever unless phenomenon occurred and reshift the positions of the male and female savages. Our experts, and I've seen sisters out here that's talking real strong, like men today. I seen 2 measures today where some sisters were talking real strong on TikTok. Going off on the men, talking about how weak they is. And they were sounding like how the men used to speak back in the days about weak men. And I was like, man, that sister there, them sisters, some man, they look feminine, but they talk like a rough man. That's what's being bred right now. Our experts warned us about the possibility of this phenomenon occurring. For they say that the mind has a strong drive to correct and recorrect itself over a period in time. It can touch some substantial original historical base. And they advised us that the best way to deal with the phenomenon is to shave off the brute's mental history and create a multiplicity of phenomenon or illusions so that each illusion would twirl in its own orbit, some akin to a floating balls in a vacuum. And so basically this is what they have done with putting all these different doctrines out here, that confuse our people, dealing with scientific racism, conflict and religiosity, atheists. All these are different illusions, that are twirling in their own orbit. And this is how they're keeping our people from returning to their historic base. It says this creation of a multiplicity of phenomena or illusions entails the principles of crossbreeding, the nigger and the horse, as we stated above, the purpose of which is to create a diversified division of labor. The result, which is the severance of the points of original beginnings in spherical illusion. So even when it comes to dealing with mixing and mixed breed, tied into the vines, amalgamation with other people, all this is done for the purpose of convoluting, your history. It says, since we felt that the subject matter may get more complicated as we proceed in laying down our economic plan concerning the purpose, reason, and effect of crossbreeding horses and niggers, we shall lay down the following definitional terms for future generations. Orbiting cycle means a thing turning in a given pattern. Axis mean upon which, around which it are body terms. Phenomenon means something beyond ordinary conception and inspires awe and wonder. Multiplicity means a great number. Sphere means a globe. Crossbreed. It says a horse means taking a horse and breeding it with an ass, and you get a dumb backward ass long headed mule that is not reproductive or productive by itself. You see that? Crossbreed niggas means taking so many drops of good white blood and putting them in as much as nigger women as possible and varying the drops by various tones that you want and letting them breed with each other until a cycle of colors appear as you desire. What this means is this: put the niggas in the horse in the breeding or mix some asses and some good white blood, and what do you get? You got a multiplicity of colors of ass backward unusual niggas running tied to backwards ass long-headed mules. It says the one productive of itself on the other sterile. It says the other sterile. It says the one constant, the other dying. We keep, it says nigga constant. It says for we may replace the mule for another two. Both mule and nigga tied to each other, neither knowing where the other came from, and neither productive for itself nor without each other. So when people go to talk about Holocaust and how other people were treated, and they can look over the way that we are treated and tell us not to, pay attention to how we was treated, and that we have no right to think about the way we was treated, and then we supposed to see how somebody else feel under the treatment that they receive when they have received reparations for their treatment. They have rebuilt and become superpowers, but we have constantly been kept under the same treatment even up until now. You know what I mean? We supposed to basically live under that and accept that and not say nothing. And you got our own people that are so ignorant and ass backwards, like they say right here, to where they are pushing this narrative. And they pushing it through these various different philosophies of religion and scientific literacy and all this other stuff. And they are a part of the problem. This is what we going, into dealing with, family. The enemy has been created amongst us to subdue us. We call it neo-colonialism. Neo-colonialism is when one nation is being controlled by somebody outside of them, but by somebody that is amongst them, that look just like them, that are of their same bloodline, their same cultural look. That's neo-colonialism. You being ruled by a new slave master, the same one, but a new one that look just like you as well. And so they put them out there before the world, amalgamated Negroes, and these are the ones that end up taking our people back to slavery. Or either promoting the slavery, because they don't have a loyalty to a European or us. Most people come up mixed. I had a good brother, one of my first enlightenment, he was mixed, and he told me he was confused. Because when he go amongst his white side, they teaching him to hate the black people, as they would call them. When he go amongst the black, they were teaching him to hate them. So he confused his own know what. They come up with a bipolar syndrome by default. You understand? But anyway, controlled language, crossbreeding completed. For further severance from their original beginning, we must completely annihilate the mother tongue of both the nigger and the new mule, and institute a new language that involves the new life work of both. In other words, your language that ain't got nothing to do with but you learning and being able to hear what master command. But we're going to take your mother tongue from you, so you'll never be able to speak that again, because we want to know what you're talking about. We catch you talking that language, we're going to whip you. We're going to kill you. That was the mindset. It says, language is a peculiar institution. It leads to the heart of people. The more a foreigner knows about the language of another country, the more he is able to move through all levels of that society. See? Therefore, if the foreigner is an enemy of the country, to the extent he knows the body of the language To that extent is the country vulnerable to attack or invasion of a foreign culture. For example, they basically saying you knowing your language protect your culture. It's why I keep telling y'all when it come down to dealing with these so-called translations that these people done got from these people, they crazy if they think these people finna teach you the truth or teach something that's gonna elevate them or big them up. They done lost their mind. For example, you take the slave, if you teach him all about your language, he would know all your secrets. And he is no more a slave, for you can't fool him any longer. And having a fool is one of the basic ingredients and incidents to making the slavery system. So slavery cannot exist when somebody is knowledgeable. That's why you hear say, well, you can't enslave a God. That's real talk, family. That's real talk. You can't fool it once he know. That's why they made it a crime for you to teach slaves and allow them to read. Then they start calling them uppity niggas. Every European that I'd have never met in my life, I can't speak for nobody else. I'm talking about my personal experience, going outside of what they even talking about here. But just giving an example to support the statement that was made. Every last one of the Europeans that I ever came across in my life, they was real friendly. At least they pretended to be friendly. Until you show them that you are knowledgeable. When they understand that you are conscious and that you are not a dummy, somebody that's just gonna sample around and, act dumb and act goofy like you ain't got no sense. You know what I mean? When they realize that you ain't built like that, or you conscious and you knowledgeable, they instantaneously start working against you. I seen that in every job that I ever had where a European was present. If you did everything that was said, that they was like, say if they was the foreman on the job, or the supervisor, if you want to call them that. You did everything that they said to the T. You didn't question, you didn't ask no question. You just did the work. You know what I mean? As they say do it, they dictating it. You know what I mean? Even talking as if you was ignorant, like you can't come into what they know. When you may be well more in knowledgeable. But when you start saying certain things and letting them know, no, we should do it this way right here. We should do it that way. You instantly become a threat and they'll go behind their back to have you terminated. And when they have you terminated, most of the time they'll hire the person that they're going to have to replace you, and they'll use you to train that person as your replacement. And most time you'll hear them say they'll rather somebody that is ignorant than somebody that's knowledgeable. Because if you're knowledgeable, now you got to be paid for your expertise. Now they can get paid for their expertise, for what they know. But when it comes to you, if you go to ask them for more money, and you can do the job better than them, and the people know that they do it, the people up top know it, they'll still replace you with somebody else, that is less knowledgeable. So for the people who thinking that they got all these bachelor degrees and master degrees and PhD and all this here, and that's going to make you be successful, if anything, it make you more of a target. And I learned that, in working, to where I literally had to use that to hold on to my livelihood when I used to work for other people. If I knew something, I didn't tell people what I know. Because I know as soon as you say that right there, we already know how that turned out. But I always said when I got my own business, I would never treat people the way I was treated. You know what I mean? But even in that, I understood too that some of our people are so broken mentally to where they'll tear your business apart. I've been working for myself for a good little minute now. It gets slow sometimes, to where I'm able to sit down and study or whatever. But the thing is that, The Most High, I say the great God Allah, didn't stop me until I chose to do it on my own. Because I used to say it all the time when I became knowledgeable. It was like I was still trying to be loyal to these different people, man. Trying to prove to them, that we demonstrate upright. Because I'm a Moorish American Muslim. To show them what loyalty look like, show them what unity look like. You understand? All us done been through it. Y'all know what I'm talking about. This ain't nothing new. I only blame the ones that came before me, who made these people feel like they were gods. That's another thing too that caused me to keep it moving dealing with other people. Because where other people was like, man, they go to boss, they go to master. That made me mad. To see a bunch of men running around like this man is the supreme being. And I wouldn't treat him that way. So that was also a problem with me too. But at the end, though, one thing about it, when I would respect people, but the thing was, I let them know they wasn't no greater than me. They put their clothes on just like I do. And half of them weak. And when you find one that's overly barren, brothers, it's because their woman is controlling them at home. So that's why they overly compensate when they get on their job, because they have no control. So it make them feel good if they can control a brother that's 6'3", 280 pound, 50 or whatever, all muscle, whatever you want to call it. You understand? It fixed their ego. Because all that gangster stuff they go to talking when they get to screaming and loud and this and that there, and you get hope to them. That's another thing. Don't let them trick you. Don't let the dead out thank you, brothers. I'm talking to those who may still be working with people and having these problems. They talking all that guerrilla talk. Don't put your hand on them, because when you put your hand on them, they're going to call the police. They ain't really like that. They want you to think they like, trust me. I'm telling you something that I done experienced on numerous occasions. They talking all that gangster stuff, that mud. As soon as you go and grab one of them by the throat or, jack one up or slap one of them down, oh, I'm calling the cops. You understand? Don't let them do you like that. Because they ain't tough, bro. Trust me, they're not tough. They doing that because they feel like if he do something to me, I'm calling the law. And they know what's going to happen when they call the police. They can be lying and they're going to come and take their side. So that's their way of lynching you, whipping you. I'm saying this because people need to hear this. You understand? But when you get to the extent to where they can't move you and they know they can't move you emotional and none of that, they definitely going to be trying to get you out their midst. And then you got to watch out for the brothers. When you go on your lunch break and y'all have just basic conversation, you start talking about life, and some of them will bait you up into a conversation, to talk about the way them people treat you if they feel you a threat to them. And they'll go back and tell them people, man, that cat was talking about, man, the white people, man, he a racist dude. Now, you don't know it, but they looking at you certain type of way. Now they're going to terminate you, find a reason to get rid of you. Because this Negro that look just like you, who feel you a threat to his livelihood, instead of saying, no, we can all eat together working, he, has created a trap for you. Your brother Commission couldn't tell you this unless I lived it. See, we got some of our people that be running their mouth. They didn't live this stuff. They had a silver spoon in their mouth all their lives. They had wealth that was passed down to them. So they don't feel, even though they look like we look, they supposed to be part of our people. They don't know what we know. They ain't been through what we've been through. They don't feel what we felt. They haven't felt oppression. They haven't felt racism. And even if they do feel racism and prejudice, what they think is their perceived status or what they have attained along the way allow them to look over it. You see? But anyway, it says the above Willie Lynch article can be researched. Let me make sure I'm getting all this here. Yeah, it says the above Willie Lynch article can be researched from any of the 75,770 sites on the World Wide Web. As to its authenticity, which is questioned by most naive of the fiend innocent, let them explain how, other than the full effects of a Willie Lynch plan, could 6 million people remain enslaved by Negro, Black, and Colored heading their list of little differences, 140 years after the abolishment of slavery. So our chairman went on here, he said, the subjugation of African minds. The aforementioned Willie Lynch theory and making of the African Americans are based upon hatred, lewdness, murder, theft, and everything that harms. If the author can get 10% of the readers to obtain a clear conception of Negro, Black, and Colored people, it says, are in the forefront of a bill of Lynch's little list of differences, the lost found tribe of Noble Drew Ali will rise by the morning. The implementation of this theory makes dissimilarities between minds of a Black Muslim, Negro Mason, Colored Christian, Afro-Democrat, and African-American soldier nil and void. In the mind of each lies the thought that they are in some way superior to the others, yet none are free as a nation. Different slave labels, e.g., NBC, African American, were given to slaves during the time of slavery to make them hate each other and love their oppressors as God. Meanwhile, no slave name will ever have the power of a free national name. When a person is full of love, he or she seeks to find similarities uniting themselves to others. That's what we talking about now, family. On the other hand, the eyes of hatred will allow a person to look for and see the lists of differences between them and others. And that's why you see these cats always trying to find something wrong with a demonstration. They don't see the common ground. They want to find what's wrong. It's because they're slaves. I don't care how eloquent they speak in their ignorance. They're speaking eloquent ignorance. People, the labels NBC were made from modes of hatred and disunity. See Adam and Eve. Those that see this without their passion will be amongst the first in the race to witness there is about as much difference in these slave names as pet names to other domesticated property. The personage of William Lynch and the theoretical authenticity of the above letter is often questioned by European sympathizers and compassionate, well-trained ex-slaves. This is understandable because with yesterday's slave auctions and bull whips given away to the solidification of today's mental slavery has skull pricked into existence an entire culture of slaves in denial. Nevertheless, the implementations of the above West Indies slave experiment by some form of Willie Lynch cannot be soundly repudiated by any thinker. Still, for those with the acquired degrees in Europeanism, if you really want to see the Willie Lynch theory in written United States law, simply look into the 3/5 clause of the Constitution where the NBC became lawful slave names. And the same NBC appears hidden in the word person in the 1868 14th Amendment after abolishing the NBC in 1865. Lynch lives. Bay, El, and Ali are the most recognized of the tribal names and attributes among the nation of Moorish Americans. Bay denotes a ruler with the power to govern according to Allah's harmonies of life. El characterizes a Moor who creates with infinite wisdom. All men are made with the latent powers of the El and the Bay to create and to govern divinely. These are conjoined in every human as a part of his or her divine constitution. The human mind is the instrument given to man for him to employ creativity to his domain. He cannot originate anything because the Elohim made everything he uses on the planes of life. All has been provided to him, e.g. protoplast, beasts, angels, earth, etc. See chapter 1. The mind is the tool of created thought for man to use. And although man generally lives in the world which his mind has created, the mind is not the man, nor is the man the mind. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 11, ayahs 9 through 17. Basically, the mind is an instrument used by the gods while in the state of fallen humanity. With its actions to think, understand, reason, to will, the creative possibilities of the mind are only bound by the limitations of the world in which it is created. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 38. Any man or nation of people that does not understand their creative choices lies within the freedom of their own God, man, nature, cannot claim independence, autonomy, or sovereignty. Unbeknownst to them, these lost souls live in the circumference of their minds. Unfortunately, the minds of so-called Negroes are not their own. This holds especially true for the misnamed Negro, Black, and colored people of North America. These fiend citizens are being made and mass produced by the laws of the United States C-13, 14th, and 15th Amendments, with minds which are socially pre-programmed by the gods of Europe. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 3, ayah 17 through 20. It says their minds have been maximizing the color of their physical existence instead of the vast love, truth, peace, freedom of their divine origin. This confirms he who defines, dictates, and controls the diameter of your knowledge also determines the circumference of your actions and your existence. Rarely does any Western history book reflect the true European subjugation of Africa, and the enslavement of her people was ultimately more psychological than its horrible physical atrocities. The main objective was and is to stop the African from thinking. If we Europeans can stop them from thinking, they will destroy themselves. When the light went out in Africa 1492, it plunged into the world into darkness. The dark ages came. It says, without having their right minds in their possession, lost found tribe of Ali is like a dog in the house of mirrors, barking at all the reflections of itself. This is why the wisdom of the Moors is founded upon the knowledge or their knowledge of the tools used in the workshop of the mind. See tools in Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 5, ayah 13. These proceedings, which may appear harsh to some, are necessary in order to define what Drew Ali meant by mental slavery, which you have now. Where most Americans are in denial, or at the least reluctant to engage in open dialogue into the atrocities of physical slavery, in the wake of this slavery, rarely does the systematic psychological annihilation to the minds of the ex-slaves being brought to the face of U.S. citizenry. This mental slavery is the only true slavery in America today. A state of mental slavery represents the greatest depths away from infinite wisdom and true light of the God self, which can be reached by any man. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 13, ayat 16. It is a dark period of unconsciousness when one has lost control of the actions of his soul, his mind. As does the normal mind of men naturally seek knowledge, like so, it is normal for the consciousness of a people to seek wisdom so their nation will reach fruition. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 13, ayat, 16. It says, a nation, it says, not united with consciousness and the heritage of race pride will reap a self-destructive consequence. Without national awareness, with high principles and a holy constitution, the nation really exists in a national coma. The members of its citizenry will actively seek social adaptation to the rises and falls of a more dominant society. They will repel self-mastery in exchange for self-indulgence. It says the so-called African Americans are not stupid. They sense There's something amiss and just ain't right with all this black progress and advancement of colored people and all the things that are better for you Negro people. It says, with all the high-paid athletes, movie, TV, video celebrities, pastors, and preachers with no nationhood to show for it, they still feel there must be something wrong with them. Something is very wrong. It says, what's going on? Maybe, it says, maybe it is all those other nations that are out of step. It says, anyone devotes most of their life to thinking something is wrong with them, it will always appear problematic to realize they, in their true self, are already are perfect pardon self. It is their mind which is not aligned with their being. Bottom line is, our mind is the summation, it says, of our life as we perceive it, becomes the world as we see it. We actually live in our minds, and you, right, your own mind is cause of bondage. It's the cause of bondage as well as freedom, your pain and pleasure. Even heaven and hell is in your mind, and your mind alone. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 12, ayat 9. In regards to the latter, it only takes a little clean thinking to resolve the fact that since the great God has no need for a heaven or hell, because love is all that leaves man to create them for himself. Besides, what kind of God in his right mind will create both a heaven and hell for himself? Noble Drew Ali says the gifts of understanding are the treasures of Allah. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 26, ayat 1. Swami Muktananda, it says, a city yoga master reiterates this wisdom by saying the mind is the greatest of God's gifts. Act 7. All members must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and a partial of all uplifting acts of Moorish America. Members must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities of Moorish America. Then you are entitled to the name of faithful. Husband, you must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children and look after the duties of your household. Sons and daughters must obey father and mother and be industrious and become a part of the uplifting of fallen humanity. All Moorish Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love and their bodies clean with water. This divine covenant is from your holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, through the guidance of his Father God Allah. See the proclamation declaration of Moorish Americans. The mind is often compared to a mirror. If a mirror is dirty, it cannot reflect objects clearly. With a pure mind, a Moor is fortified into his unassailable realm of divine will. He is his own saving power, a Muslim. Unbeknownst to most descendants of ex-slaves, is a simple fact: Allah, the great God, is very close to the mind. It is pure higher self which makes the mind think. The higher self is man's knower of all, and while it lives within the mind, it remains detached and autonomous from the mind. The reason why Negro, black, and colored cannot recognize the Allah that lives within is because their mind has formed a body of self-aggrandizements, characterized predominantly to be the ego, and this is all it desires to see. It must be remembered, the mind is merely a servant of man. It is neither the man nor his master. Yet, like a chameleon, whatever form of character the mind accepts, it makes the man thinks he is that. Mental imperfections are any thoughts man has which are other than his true self. This causes the mind to be unfree, unclean, a cast diverted reflections in the semblance of truth. Noble Drew Ali stated repeatedly that the states of being a Negro, black, and colored are sinful ways. It says the Act 6, it says it was the former slave masters who gave the Negro a mind and taught him the limitations of its use. The black mind actually became an ego and gave the colored people their bounded awareness. The I awareness, it says, identifies with limiting the inalienable attributes to the mind and body. And for the past 400 years in America, the Negro I have thought that they were that. The ego, being what man thinks of himself, is the worst enemy masquerading as his friend. Indeed, the ego is the enemy within, killing the self with shallow thoughts of friendly fire. Yet their ancient forefathers from Adam, Abraham, Moses, Buddha, Yehoshua, Muhammad are taught, as long as the mind is alive, out of control, you are a human being. When the mind becomes mindless, you become God. In the Arabic language, this is called being a Muslim. In Sanskrit, it is being a Siddha. In Hebrew, this is being a Christ. And in the language of the West, this is called being a God man of self-realization or divine consciousness. Either way, none of which is a Negro. Oh, Rome, what have you done to my people? Anyway, back to the state of mental slavery. Most well-to-do unrealized Moors of today have become so complacent in their idyllic, it says American citizenship, it says that they do not rely or want to know, or they do not really want to know that they are the most had of the hads. For the most part, the Europeans didn't have to use any grease, dressed dry boned into a state of raise the roof happiness. Tragically, their minds have merely shut down, gone fishing, or out to lunch, or on the other side of the collegiate coin. It says there are those who are in Ma'afa suffering European oppression in a new cyber degree, are staunch iconoclasts to fraternal masters of order out of chaos, see Illuminati. When a body is exhumed, it's supposed to be exhumed in a cemetery, it says it only matters to the living whether that body rots in a mausoleum or a shallow grave. It says, pardon self, inhumed, that was right. To the living, one body is dead as the other. Money cannot determine the degrees of death, like so it makes no difference between multi-million-dollar black talk show hosts, a Negro on welfare, and African-American Supreme Court justice. It says in black convict, their minds have been equally forced to be ungodly, unstable, and nationless. As the bodies in the cemetery neither realizes the after effects of death and lay claim upon them. Indeed, the mental slavery, it says, is death of the character. This is not people hate or pouring water on a drowning person. It is of utmost importance, however, to place the blueprint of what is to be constructed in front of the tools to build with. The worst part of psychological slavery lies in its denial. Denial is the first sign of a slave that does not know he or she is a slave. The late Carter G. Woodson also identified mental slavery effect was by the European design when he said, when you control a man's mind, you don't have to worry about his actions. The very state of thinking of oneself as a black person alone identifies the enslavement of the mind. It is in the nature of the mind to become what it thinks. Therefore, if it is full capacity is that of a Negro, then that is what the bearer of that mind becomes. He or she would not try to extend beyond the realms of NBC because to them they are already in their maximum right state of mind. The mind has become complacent, satisfied, and maximized, knowing the world from a previously designed Negro perspective. It is like being a career prisoner or a happy slave, because those who think their captivity is natural habitat would not struggle for freedom. This is why the realms of the true freedom are unknown and inexperienced among the proud bearers of names that delude to slavery, imprisonment, or involuntary servitude. The Moors, or the Moorish of America, have been mentally enslaved, and as a nation, right, have been declared DOA, dead on arrival, and unlawfully buried comatose in a shallow grave. These are gods possessing no ears to hear, no eyes to see, and no hearts to sympathize, no power to save themselves. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 3, ayat 19. This too is mental slavery. Needful to say, this lends itself to the support of the aforementioned Willie Lynch Denationalization plan. NBC are political crabs in the U.S. Juror basket of reconstructed amendments. This basket was made in the semblance of a first-class citizenry, weaved with spurious freedom counterfeit rights. Various crabs attempt to escape the stigma of slavery by conforming to civil rights, voters registration, European education, Christianity's fear of God, and economic development or equal opportunity. But alas, the Negro will not allow the colored, who will not permit the blacks to let the African Americans to leave the basket. They do not realize, as long as they cling to these misnomers that delude to slavery instead of their free national name, it is they themselves whom have been programmed to stagnate their inevitable destiny of being a nation. Last but not least, it says the above condition has existed 1865 to 1870 ratification of the reconstructed slavery, not because of the power of the status quo, which is merely surface control, but due to ignorance of the truth about themselves. In brief, because the Negro, black, and colored do not know the inherent greatness about themselves. They actually give the USA jurisdiction and power to rule over their wretched, sinful status. It is this illusion alone that makes the 15% pale-skinned people appear to dominate the 85% of the Earth's population of people with degrees of hue. So we're going to stop right there. And we got another portion to go into in regards to dealing with this message. We're going to check on our family, and that's right, John Blumenbeck. And we getting ready to go into that right now, good brother. This right here is very powerful. Yeah, I read the book too, Conspiracy to Destroy Black Boys, years ago, family. So now watch this. Now that we understand this is very important. We finna debunk some nonsense out here that people been teaching. They running around here talking about that Kemet mean blight too. So we finna kill that nonsense in a few minutes. Shouts out to our brother Alsar Emotep. He know better. He study, and he definitely know that what they out here trying to push as a narrative is straight garbage. They only try. I told y'all they were trying to sell these books, and that's why they trying to attack commission. I told y'all that. They're trying to sell these books so they'll rather lie to you because they're trying to appeal to your emotion based upon what you are ignorant of or what you don't know, to produce these things. Look at this. Our brother just mentioned John Blumenbeck. John Frederick was born in Gotha, Germany, in a wealthy Protestant family. Let me blow that up. He was a German physician, It says naturalist and physiologist and anthropologist. His mother was the daughter of a high-ranking official in Gotha's government. His father was an assistant headmaster at a primary school. From a young age, he was exposed to literacy and natural science. He graduated in 1775 from Göttingen University and got a degree in medicine a year before the United States was founded. Right on time. His research involved measuring craniums and the human anatomy, which led him to divide mankind into 5 great families. Listen, people. Those of you black loving, white loving, and all these different race terminologies that they use here. John Blumenbeck divided mankind into 5 great families: Caucasian, the white race; Mongolian, the yellow race; Malayan, the brown race; and Ethiopian, the black race; and American, the red race. So all of you who are referring to anybody in the race as white people, yellow people, black people, brown people, red people, all of that come from this man. So anybody that fight me on these terms is basically saying they accept what this man, who was actually one who pushed scientific racism, taught. So it make our people look ignorant when they get a let's do this right here. Out of all of these different names that are given, the Caucasian people are called Caucasian, right? And they call them a white race. They don't even exist either, really. We understand they come out of the Caucasus Mountains. That's where they're attached to. But you don't see nobody out there called the Caucasian government. You see what I'm saying? This is just talking about the origin of the people. But what about the Mongolian? Well, we already know Mongolia has a flag. You don't see them around there calling themselves no yellow race. They take that as offense. What about the Malayans? You don't see them running around, I'm a brown race. No, they'll tell you they Malayan. They got a Malayan flag, constitution, all that. In Malaysia, right? Ethiopian. You don't hear no Ethiopians out here themselves, oh, we black race. Ethiopians tell you that they Ethiopian. That's what they are. So if Ethiopian is the black race, then where that put the so-called Negro at? Because many of y'all will say, oh, we don't descend, we ain't no Ethiopians. We African Americans. You see what I'm saying? So where you stand at? Where's your place? You don't even exist in this category, even though you think you do. See, American red race, the one that's calling themselves Indians, they ain't talking about you according to these classifications. Joanne Frederick defined the Caucasian skull to be the perfect skull compared to others. He argued that characteristics depend on geography, diet, and mannerisms, which he developed from the work of Carlos Linnaeus, his buddy, in talking about that our people really represent the ape. Blumenbeck created a basis for wrongfully assuming the inequality of so-called races among humans, and this was in no way based on meaningful evidence. But yet his terms still are being used now. So if you want to know what he defined as the white man, black man, Chinese man, and so forth and so, there you go. See what I'm saying? So another thing, when you go back to these different terms that were used, show me where your nationality is up here. Because surely your nationality ain't Ethiopian. So how you part of the black race according to the man who created the word? Mongolians' nationality is Mongolian. Their country is Mongolia. If you from Ethiopia, then you should be an Ethiopian. Are you called Ethiopian American over here? No. And Ethiopia ain't even the name, that our ancestors used for that particular region. So that's a whole nother measure. And the same thing dealing with these other drawings. Everybody else got a nationality but you. Now you see it. I got another drawing here that I'm getting ready to bring forth in a second. So yeah, these are all the different, all you got to do is look up John Frederick Blumenbeck. He's going to tell you, because of the size of your cranium, that's what made you, subhuman. You wasn't. See, these are all his sketches up here. The white man was superior, let him tell it. Because we had pea brains. This is John Blumenbeck now. This your boy. Look at that. That's why they come up with them white man, black man, Chinese man jokes. See? All up here. They only use race, family. This is his little map right here. The map of mankind. It's John Blumenbeck map right here. Look at it. See that? He got the races up here. Look who he got on the lowest on the totem pole. The so-called Negro, huh? So you can get mad all you want to and keep defining yourself as that. But I want to come to this conclusion. This is my point that I'm making right here. This is what I want to really emphasize to our family. You have those out here who run around talking about Kemet, represents our people as a black race and so forth and so on. This is what they'll tell you. But the term Kemet has always referred to the land and the soil. This is a measure by a brother by the name of John Moore, and he trying to push the same thing, about the Kemet being black and so forth and so on. So we don't deny the word Kemet mean black. We're saying the word Kemet doesn't mean black in the sense of dealing with a race nationality-wise. You see? And so when we get into that aspect, that's why to tell you it means black land or black soil. Right? So if you look here, it was running down the history in the genealogical chart, in Genesis, and you hear Ham being spoke of. Now, most of these people deny that Ham even exists. They say Ham was fake. He didn't exist until it comes to a time of being useful to him, and now they'll put it in him. This is actually the Hebrew word, Cam, and they say this is the paternal father of the black Africans, which Egypt, Babylonia, Persia, Cushites, Nubians originated. Ham had 4 sons, Genesis chapter 10, Cush, Ethiopia, Mizraim, Put, Libya, East Africa, Canaan, Palestine. Ancient Egyptians were identified in the Bible as Hamites, aka Hemites, and so forth and so on. We familiar with all this stuff here, family. But again, let's just say this here, right? Let's say, hypothetically, we apply the word Kemet as meaning black relating to a people. Let's just say if we did that, right? That still doesn't make the word Kemet a nationality. That doesn't make the word black a nationality. That's called a descriptive measure, an adjective. You understand? So once you understand that, and we say, okay, let's just say we accept your description of being black as far as the description, even though we know all of us know when we look at our skin complexion, some of us brown, some of us, yellow skinned, some red, we got a whole bunch of colors amongst us. So if we're looking at it from the description, we couldn't really accept the term black. We got to go into the Egyptian chart and accept whatever color that mean brown as a name. We got to accept whatever color that mean red based on the way that we look, if we looking at it as a description. But we can't say everybody is black when it comes to our people, even with that aspect. But let's just say if we used it as a blanket term and said all of our people were black according to the description of a look, that's still no show of our people ever talking about there being a black nation with a black flag, with a black constitution, with a black seal that represent them as a nation, with a black emblem. None of that. Show me where it's at. Until you show me a black flag, black land, and all of that right there attached to the black man, you look crazy. So let's just say, though, even despite all of that, having all that knowledge, that we accept black as the description, even though all of us don't look like that. All of us ain't dark and melanated. Let's just say we say, all right, we black people. No matter what color you black. That's a description. That's still not a nationality. You understand? It's describing what you look like, but it's not describing who you are as a nation. So let's just say it. If you accept that term, black, it's only a description. If you can't attach a flag, land, if you can't attach your seal and your emblem to that, or one that has existed in the past It is a Maya nation, meaning it's an illusion. It don't exist. We ain't saying this to be mean with our people. We ain't saying this because we hate ourselves. We just telling the truth. But if you are subject to somebody else's opinion, you know, you can't get it. So I'm talking to my brothers out there in the audience. Let's just say we give them that and say, all right, you know, our description, we calling it black. You understand? Because let's deal with the people that they call brown or Malaya. They call them brown, right? But they Malaysia. Malaysia got a map that refer to where they at. They got also a free national constitution. They got their own flag. They got all of that. But when we go to, you know, this so-called black people, somebody tell me, even the people in Ethiopia, they call them Addis Baba. And they name done changed so many times, just like ours. Prophet Noble Ali say Ethiopia means something divided. We know that the people of Sudan come from that region. I got ancestral ties, you know, to the DNA to that, but it's still not called Ethiopia. They call them Nahesi, Tarseti. And even Tarseti and Nahesi, you know, doesn't represent a nationality. It represents the description of who they are. You understand where I'm coming from? So let's say they accept black as their description. Then what is your nationality? Let's just say we let you have your description as describing yourself as black, even though we know everybody ain't black. What's your nationality? That's what I want to know. You taking the black description because you think that make you almighty. So I'm going to let you have that, get that to you. What's your nationality? Because black ain't it. See what I'm saying? This is how you know our people are ignorant. And they're eloquent in the ignorance. So you see this guy going on talking about one of the many names for Egypt in ancient Egyptian language, Kemet, which is an ethnic term derived from Kemet, Kim, Kom, Cam, Ham. You know, he breaking the etymology down, right? Which means burnt or black. Kemet can also mean black land or soil. That's what it always meant. Soil, black land. But it wasn't talking about no man. But use Kemet to mean black land distinguished from the desert and red land beyond the Nile Valley. However, whenever Kemet is used to mean the people of Kemet, the people of black land is also translated as Egyptian. See what I'm saying? And the word Egyptian didn't even exist in the original language, though we use that terminology, you know, for understanding of the people. It comes from Hikapta, you know. So why not use, if you're going to refer to the people in that particular way, why not use the language the ancestors used and just call them Kemet? Why not use the name Hikapta if you want to graduate to something? Because all that other terminology coming from John Blumenbeck. And you refer to it as black land, you know, and solely based on the knowledge of black from that aspect, just because they said that's what it was, you basically calling your land the land of the man who enslaved you. Then it goes on, this ancient Egyptian word Kemet has been deliberately misinterpreted by Eurocentric Egyptologists to mean only the black land. No, that's what it means. It's our people trying to make it other than that, in an attempt to have the idea that Kemet could not have meant black people or black nation or black city. So they're trying to defend this word black because they have accepted John Blumenbeck's identification of the word black. And that's the only reason. And somebody told them they was black. But what is your nationality, people? Out of all this trying to describe yourself and use an adjective as a description of who you are, what is your nationality? You can describe yourself as black, brown, whatever color you want to, but that's still not a nationality. It doesn't exist, and that's why there is no nation that will come to the defense of so-called black people, because they don't exist. so as to give the impression that the Egyptians were only referring to blackness of the soil and not their skin. That's exactly what they was referring to, the soil. This was because Egyptologists refused to accept Egyptians African in classes. So now they want to use the aspect of saying, oh, they trying to say this, when at any time else they listen to the European, but now they want to own this word black so bad, and it still ain't gonna give you no power. All it's gonna do is try to support the literature that you done created and put together under that name. That's the only reason they feel like they got to overemphasize. So anyway, they say Western historians and Egyptologists and professors have for a long time been disseminating misinformation about the word Kemet. Well, y'all the ones reading their books. You don't even have your own book. The books that you trying to use to support this come from Western Egyptologists. Every definition you got in here come from E. Wallace Budge. Only thing I give Budge credit for is Budge admitted where the information came from. He admitted that he wasn't the writer of the dictionary, but he also admitted that he was guessing. So it said this deception deliberately concocted by the Egyptologists, Eurocentric scholars, and Euro-American historians based on the section of Herodotus' statement that Egypt is a land of the black soil, completely ignoring the fact that he also said that the people of Egypt were also black with woolly hair. That's still describing the description of the people. He may well have seen a people that was black with woolly hair in their description, but that don't mean that they was a so-called black nation. You got to show us where there was a nation. That was Herodotus' description, and we ain't denying that. We ain't even talking about what you describing him as so much. We saying stop trying to make it seem like that's a nationality, because it's not a nationality, people. It's a description. Just like you can't take a Chinese people that's called yellow and try to make yellow people a nationality. They still Chinese. Well, where you at? You got your black description. Well, where your land at then? Where your constitution? Where your flag at? Until you can show me a black flag, a black constitution, because China got their own constitution. Until you can show me that, you look crazy out here. So it goes on. He run into all this trying to prove, in every different aspect where he done find black in the books the European done wrote, and they say it mean this, and he goes all the way up into trying to use a description, and prove a description as it relates to the word black. You know what I mean? He come down here into the bottom and he really try to go in. Kimmy means to be black. He ain't mentioned chemistry at damn time. Kimmy, black people. Ancient modern, he tell you got this from E. Wallace Budge now. You know what I mean? He was just going in on him, but he got it from him. When I use Wallace Budge, the material, I be critiquing them. But he using this to support his position. You understand? Rome's people, Kemet, black thing. Everything he found under here. So you're a liar when you say that the Kemites use this word, because ancient Kemet, the English language, didn't exist during that time. So you're a liar when you say that they word mean black people. No, it meant Kemet. When they describe Kemet, if they got a picture showing our people up there with melanated or what we call darkness, call them Kemet. You don't have to translate the word into English and say they black. You choosing to do that. But you're a liar when you say that these words mean what they are defined as here, and say that our ancestors used them words when the English language did not even exist, people. English language, right now probably 500 years old. 1,500 at the most. Hadn't even existed yet. So these words that you call them black, yellow, brown, red, none of that existed. I be making it plain to you and giving it to you simple. Now you choosing to call these words black, because you see a picture of people with dark hue, like I showed you, the ones I passed by, and we call that the color black in English language. So you saying that right there mean that these was black people. That's crazy. Like I said, that's the only thing that, I can definitely agree with Brother Unc them about. And the Brother Garfield, when they went against that cat smash, the Egyptians didn't speak English. It's the same problem they having with the language, not recognizing that the Rosetta Stone was created way after the ancient Egyptians, like 2,000-3,000 years. So anything they created on that stone, you're a liar when you say the ancient Egyptians were teaching that. How is it hard for you to comprehend that? If I bring up right now, if I created my own stone and I took some hieroglyphics and put them on there, and then I say I decipher something off of that stone, y'all will look at me like I'm crazy. Because you just seen me create the stone. So I can't say this is a methodology of the ancient Egyptians. I created the stone recently. They didn't know about this stone. They've been long gone for thousands of years. It's simple, people. But they got so much slave mentality. They done became eloquent in their own ignorance, writing these books on this stuff without doing research. So now they got to stand on the business of it. That's the only reason why they won't accept what's being said, because they done already wrote these books. They done already wrote these books, family. And that's why they doing that. Because if you debunk, the decipherment, then that debunks their ability to use this stuff to push the narrative. I wish I would go out there and buy that book Smash Rockwell just wrote, talking about the blackness of Osiris. You know how many books that done been wrote on that type of stuff I done read over my 30 years of time. And we give honors to our people for, trying to demonstrate holding on to the description, of trying to look at our people as being the original people. That's good. But the problem is, you got to stop lying and telling these people that our ancestors was teaching that when the English language didn't even exist then. These are the problems I have with these people. And some people, they so ignorant, are they into this personality cult worship, to where you can make it plain as day to them with all types of information, and documentation to back it up, and they still gonna be stuck on stupid. Because that's how they want to be. And I ain't got time to waste on them no more. I'm only concerned with the people that really want to know what their nationality is. Then we can go back and to go into the records and show you what our people call them Kemites. Call them Kemet if you want to call them that. But don't lie on the ancestors and say that they said them words mean black people. Don't do that. That's what they don't get by Brother Commission. They're like, well, your name was translated. No. There's no such thing as a word commission in now one of them dictionaries. Commission is just added, the shin aspect is added actually being of Kemet. You understand? That's all. Not being black, not being a Negro, not being a colored man. And then, on that one last demonstration, the brother talking about all saw mean Lord of the perfect black. But yet these the same people running around here talking about all saw ain't a real man. And they laugh at people, even though Sheikh Anta Diop say he was a physical man. I believe all saw was a physical person. But Lord of the perfect black, you use that and then you turn around and say that, he ain't no real man. So how can you trace him back as being Lord of the perfect black then if he ain't no real man? Make it make sense. Y'all sound crazy with this nonsense. So you want to delete one as a human being and then bring him back into being a human being when it's relevant to what it is you trying to teach. You crazy. You done lost your mind and you eloquent in your ignorance. This is what we call a mono and sophomaniac, people. They like to talk about pseudo. Look up what the word sophomaniac is. I'm going to do this here. We done did it before. I'm going to show y'all what a sophomaniac is. Since they like to throw that word Sufism around. This is what sophomania has to do with, a delusion of having superior intelligence. So they think that whatever it is that we demonstrate, we don't know what we talking about. Commission don't know what he talking about. He ain't read. He can't read the glyphs. I told you I don't read the glyphs. I can read that garbage the way that y'all try to read it, but that's not the original methodology of the Egyptians. That's what I'm saying. So you even look crazy asking me to read it, because I know the original language when I read it. You know, look at this. An excessive enthusiasm or desire, an obsession or mental illness marked by periods of great excitement, euphoria, delusions, and overactivity. That's what a sophomaniac suffer from. You see? Call me pseudo, I call you sopho. Now, in the Greek aspect, they say it mean wise. But you got mania in there. That mean that you got a delusion of having a superiority, mindset. See? Monophasia. Hold up. I want to show you what the monomaniac is first. As a matter of fact, I can come over here. You're suffering from mental illness, people. And thank you out here speaking eloquently, because you teaching what Rome told you to teach. Monomaniac, a person exhibiting exaggerated obsessive enthusiasm for or preoccupation with one thing. Self-obsessed monomaniacs. And this is what they have become. They can only talk about what the European told them to say about the hieroglyphs. They can only talk about what the European taught them about race. So you're suffering from monomania. That's why your conversation is revolving the same thing. Even when you come and you talk to me, I bring different information. You want to pull me back into that same conversation that you arguing in loops and circles. See, look right here. What is an example of monomania? If your sister talks about nothing but her collection of vintage lunch boxes, you could call it monomania. It's one thing to be excited about playing Scrabble or preoccupied with local politics, but when any interest gets out of hand, you call it monomania. You see? Monomania, family. Monomania. Monomania is a disease of the mind, mental illness, especially when limited in expression to one idea or area of thought. You can't think outside of the box. Excessive concentration on a single object or idea. So the idea that Champollion translated the hieroglyphs, I came up to tell you, no, people, he ain't did no decipherment or nothing according to the ancestors. The ancestors don't even go off of that. Show us the alphabet chart. They can't get out of it, people. They're in prison. Didn't the chairman tell you that people's circumference become the imprisonment of their own mind? This is monomania. They in loop mode in ignorance. Eloquent ignorance too. In other words, they done said it so much to where they believe the lie, to where the lie sounds so convincing to the people, to where people accept it. That's what it, monomaniacal personality, extreme enthusiasm, or zeal for a single subject or idea, often manifested as a rigid, irrational idea. See Edie Fixie obsolete name for pattern abnormal behavior with reference to a singular subject or otherwise apparently normal functioning individual. So these are sopho/monomaniacs that we're dealing with, people. Cognitive dissonance, like our brother just said. You see? Now watch this. Watch this. Because we done went down here through all this stuff here. They trying to say, Kemeted as an adjective, Kemeted as a determinative, Kemeted used for a nationality. Now you know they lying. Sa-Kemet. Well, show me a nation flag for Sa-Kemet. Show me a constitution for Sa-Kemet. Because all the records that Kemet recorded, you mean to tell me they didn't have that? No, their constitution was Ma'at. They had a flag, which represents the Neter. This Sa Kemet stuff you trying to put together, talking about a man of black, Egyptian male, Sat Kemet, the woman, Rome, Kemet, black Egyptian, Kemetio. Please stop it. It's simple. The word black didn't exist in no Kemetic doctrine, family. The word black, the English language didn't exist, when a lot of this papyrus was created. So he done went crazy down here, trying to show the people that, they dealing with a description of Kemet, but Kemet always represented, the land. This is them trying to make Kemet be more than that. And I even got information where your boy Smash was saying that Kemet didn't represent people, it represented the land. He just now recently started saying Kemet represent people. And that was probably to go against the brother Alsar Imhotep presentation. Now here's another moderate measure right here, right? And they put this stuff out of here, Egyptologists. Just like they can go and find that foolishness saying that all this represent the people. You'll see them right here telling you the color black represented death. Uh-oh. Who told you that black according to science mean deaf, people? Who told y'all that black according to science mean deaf? This is an authentic site now of chematology. Egypt Online. The color black represented death and the afterlife to the ancient Egyptians. That right there killed a whole measure right there. Osiris was given the epithet, the black one, because he was the king of the nether world, not because he was black according to his skin, especially if you don't believe that he physically exists. And both he and Anubis, the god of embalming, were portrayed with black faces. Watch this. See, they use the word Kim here, and they use the word ebony, right? It says the Egyptians also associated black with fertility and resurrection because much of their agriculture was dependent on the rich dark silt. There you go, the black soil deposited on the riverbanks by the Nile during the inundation. When used to represent resurrection, black and green were interchangeable. As a result, the gods Osiris, Gib were depicted. It says the black or green skin to emphasize their reconnection or their connection with fertility. So Osiris was also green. So should we say his nationality was green people when he was depicted as green? I know y'all done seen the green depiction of Osiris. Hold up, let me help you on this right here. Watch this. I know y'all already seen it. They even got old actual statues with him being green. But they got a lot of measures. They go a depiction of him being green right there. But I want to find one of the measures. This is one of the ways where they depicted him green there. All this here is one actual measure from the wall. So being that Osiris is green here, and he's referred to as the green one, does that make Osiris called a green nation? Is he called a green people? Do we have a green constitution? Do we have a green seal, a green emblem that represent him? Here go nothing right here too. Is Osiris a green one because he's green on the screen right here? It's terrible, man. We got to stop this, people. We got to stop it. Okay, it goes on. It says Egypt was known as Kemet, the black land. We don't deny that. And now when we get into strong words, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to pull up the Arabic dictionary in a minute. Because we go into Cam, and Cam actually connects to the word Ham in Arabic and Hebrew. Even in the Hebrew dictionary, it tells you it means black land. Sometimes it say burnt. But it says it is a thought that this was the reference to the Nile, not a description of ethnicity. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? The darkness of the Nile, not ethnicity, people. Queen Atmos Nefertiti was often depicted with black skin, while some have argued that this was a comment on the fact she was of Nubian descent, which is quite possible. It is equally likely it was symbolic of the fact that she was a patroness of Necropolis and was one of the few people to be deified. It says black could also be associated with chaos. Outsiders, Nubians, were depicted as black skin, while Asiatics, Libyans, Egyptian women were depicted with yellow skin. But they also have it where these were depicting regular people too. But it says an Egyptian men with red skin. It says yet black, it says was thought to be able to control chaos. In later spirits, the healing stones were almost exclusively made from black stone. Black paint was made from soot or charcoal, occasionally from manganese. Black onyx was a popular gemstone in ebony. It says which takes its modern name from the Egyptian Hebni, was also highly prized. It was often paired with ivory to make beautiful furniture. Tutankhamun had beautiful ebony and ivory sent board in his tomb so that he could enjoy the popular game for eternity. You know what I mean? So like, come on, family. Come on. Like, we got to stop this. See it again, the color green? What actually deals with Waj, which means to flourish, be healthy, hieroglyph represented by the papyrus in the plant. You know, which is a word and not a letter. A word, a whole word describing what that is. So like, come on, man. Come on. And it's the same thing when it comes to dealing with people. No, this is not no white people. You know? So again, if it refers to the land and not the man per se, we see what you're trying to do. We can say that we see pictures that have a black colored personage in some of these different temples, but it still doesn't represent ethnicity. So we ain't gonna let y'all slide that in there on the people and write these books as if black is ethnicity. It's a description, people. It's an adjective, that's all it will be. And when you put black in the realm of ethnicity, remember who you're dealing with. The teachings of this man right here. This is the one that first called them black people, white people, and so forth and so on. So you got to stop mixing Eurocentric philosophy with Kemetic philosophy. If they put up their dark people in dark complexion, melanated complexion, call them Kemet, call them Kimmy. But don't lie and say the ancestors say they was black. It's simple. It's simple, people. So don't let these people, don't let these people mislead you, man. Don't let them do that, because they plan on your ignorance of not knowing. And every time these people write these books, they bury our people further into ignorance of knowing what their nationality is. Let's see. Here it is right here. This is why they have to keep going against me. This your boy Smash book right here. Black like Osiris. These same people tell you Osiris is not a man, but yet they want to be black like Osiris. You see what I'm saying? Look at this. And they call this decoding black symbolism in ancient Egypt. This is wordplay, family. This is wordplay. And the reason he used the cold and black symbolism is because he want to make it, be known now. He don't really want to let y'all know, that, he dealing with symbology. Written by Jonathan Owens. I wish I would buy that book. Spend $20 on that nonsense. Oh, my bad. Is that $45? Oh, $19.99. You know what I mean? Come on, man. We done had a whole lot of that. Call the people who they are. Kemites. Stop playing. There is no such thing as no black ethnicity. You got to show us a black flag. You got to show us black land. You got to show us a black constitution, some black seals, just like every other nation have them. You got flags, seals, constitution. There is no such thing as a black nation. This is called racialization, people, that these people are pushing on us, are trying to push on us. I'm going to show you this here so you know what racialization is. And this is scientific website right here. The term racialization tends to designate theories of racism as a macro level historical process. That's what they're trying to do. Racialization is the process of constructing racial meaning, including the creation of racial categories and the signification of these categories in relation to people. John Blumenbach, people. Objects and ideas. Racialization focus on the constructness of racial meaning, shifts analytic attention away from the content of racism and toward the individuals, groups, and social forces constructing and signifying race. See what I'm saying? Yeah, they go into all that right there. This is a scientific, aspect of it. When you go into the journals that's been written here, this is from Science Direct, from an authentic scientific website. But you can also go here to get a brief rundown on racialization, and it'll tell you here in sociology, racialization or ethnization is a political process of ascribing ethnic or racial identities to a relationship, a social practice, or group that did not identify itself as such for the purpose of domination and social exclusion. And that's what they're doing. When all you got to do is call the people Kemites. When you go and do your DNA, you ain't going to find no black people in the DNA. When I did my DNA test, it don't talk about no black this and black that. It tell me exactly where I come from. It talk about the Sudan. It talk about Senegal. 85% sub-Saharan West African. Ain't mentioned nothing about no black people. Racialization or ethnization often arise out of the interaction of a group with a group that dominates or wants to dominate. So they want to dominate you. And the group that wants to dominate ascribes a racial identity to the other group for the purpose of reproducing and continuing their ways of domination. So that's the purpose of him writing that book. He want to continue his ways of dominating the ignorance of our people and telling them that black is who they are, but yet he has no proof of what their nationality is. Tell him to pull up a black flag in Kemet. Tell him to pull up a divine constitution in Kemet that's referred to as the Constitution for Black people. Tell him to do that. And this is simple stuff that I be asking. And that's why they don't like commission, because I ask plain, simple questions that debunks all that foolishness they talking about. So they want to call themselves blackballing. They want to call themselves trying to run commission out of the community. You can't run me out of nothing. You can't cancel me. I'm the culture. And I will be heard regardless of who unite with you in that nonsense. And for reinforcing their social exclusion practices, it is a dehumanization process that evolved from racism, distinguishing the dominant group's identity as comparatively different and superior to the non-dominant group for the purpose of oppression. So this ain't going just for them. I'm talking about the so-called white people, talking about they white too. There ain't no white people. Show me the white flag. Only black flag I done seen relate to anything is a roach. And the only white flag, that I done seen had to do with somebody waving it to surrender. And we know that they definitely ain't in the mindset of being surrendering in they thought. Over time, racialized and ethnicized group developed a society, enforced construct, internalized oppression that races are real. See, races ain't even considered real, people. These are all social constructs. We give honors to the brother Uncle Garfield because they took that information, after, hearing it from us from years. We've been saying black is not a race, it's a social construct. That's the truth. Races ain't even real in that particular sense. It's racialization. Different and unequal ways in that manner, economic, political, and social life, an unhealthy norm that strips them of their dignity of full humanity. That's what it's doing. It's stripping us from being able to tap into our nationality because y'all trying to push a description as if it's a nationality. But when it comes to having things that people have as nations and nationalities, the name is not have any potencies in it so that we can have any freedom under those names. Black. There's no black land you can go to. There's no Negro land that you can go to. There's no colored land that you can go to. Show me some African American land that you can go and establish your nation or African American constitution. Even the one running around here talking about they freedmen and all that other nonsense. Show me the freedmen land with the freedmen constitution and all of that. This systematic tool used for oppression and to induce trauma have been commonly used varying flexibility throughout the history of imperialism, nationalism, racial and ethnic hierarchies. So, you can go on. And you get deep down into this, you already know they're going to start talking about, John Blumenbeck and everything else. So, that's all I really have to say on that there. I ain't got to keep beating a dead horse, but it don't get no plainer than that, people. It don't get no plainer than that. So what I'm going to do right now at this time, I'm going to go straight to my family out here because they enjoyed our bill the last time, see if we can get some of our brothers up here on the panel because I know they got something to say about this. Honest to everybody out here too, by the way, while I'm putting this in here and waiting on somebody to pop in here, some of our family, I'm dropping the link. Want to give honors to everybody that tuned in. Be sure to hit that like, share, and subscribe so that the people can be exposed to this information. Keys, Yaqub El Hamid, Gamma Bay, C-Mac, Born Dog, our brother Marquise, creator of the Boundless Universe, our brother Athens 79, so more he be, creator of the Boundless Universe, our brother Marquise, all of our family. Want to give honors to you, brothers. It don't get no plainer than this, family. And that's what we trying to get our people to see. They think he be trying to talk to us like we dumb. No, evidently you don't get it. So I got to overemphasize something that should have already been understood. Because if you understood it, then you wouldn't come at me the way you come at me. Out here teaching this nonsense, slanging this snake oil to our people. You can't teach it to the people no more. Because every time y'all raise y'all head up with that foolishness, I'm on your head. Can't none of y'all get by. See, when Commission was out here trying to give y'all the olive branch, you know what I mean? Y'all want to take advantage of the situation. Y'all wanted war. So now that it's up there, you know what I mean? And we demonstrating it, I'm going to spin the bin every time I get a chance when it comes to dealing with this information, like the young generation say. We're going to knock the brains out of falsehood Like the Quran say, every chance I get. Believe that. So, we just waiting on some of our family to get in here and respond to this, man. What y'all think about this nonsense? These people trying to pull the wool over somebody's head and then got the audacity to try to call us a charlatan. Just because you got a mass audience to listen to that nonsense and a few cultic, monomaniacs and sophomaniacs to agree with you, don't make it right. The general opinion of men would never alter the nature of the truth. Black ain't never been no race in the forms of dealing with the way that our people demonstrated it came from the European. And you're lying when you say the Kemites use the word black in their language. That's a translation in the modern time English language, which didn't exist. Call them Kemet if you want to call them by what they call themselves. Any other thing, y'all lying. And stop talking about All-Star mean Lord of the perfect black when you say All-Star ain't a real person. Because what good is that going to do for you, saying he's Lord of the perfect black? And then how you going to attach that to a racial construct when you're saying he ain't real? Make it make sense, people. It's simple. Make it make sense. Goodness gracious. Like I say, ain't nobody finna keep going back and forth with y'all. Because we got more stuff to teach on. We can't even get into economics and talk about that because you monomaniacs is so caught up in the loop mode of trying to prove this doctrine that y'all done created because you can't turn back. If you were honorable men now, you would get up there and you could actually turn back. But y'all ain't honorable. You don't want to admit where you're wrong. Okay, I got another measure. This is just while we wait on our family to come in here. If not, when we get done with this, we'll go ahead and shut that demonstration down. So let me I got another measure I'm finna pull up here in definition real quick. Oh, I did mean to put this up here too, by the way. I did mean to go here because y'all know I got my African fact book up here that's written by the Africans. Let's see what the modern day Africans say about this. Let's see what they got to say about this black connotation. Okay, here we go right here. This is I just want to make sure I start at a proper spot. Okay, yeah. Okay. This is dealing with race as a modern idea. Race as an idea has not always been with us. The term, according to historians, it says was first used in the 15th century by an English poet to refer to a line of British kings. Other historians trace the beginnings of the term about 1518, when it was introduced into the English language to denote people of common descent, which you didn't have nothing to do with that descent. Increasingly, the term came to refer to various nations such as the German race, the British race, the Russian race. And we know there's a place called Germany. Germany got a constitution. Britain got their constitution. It's a people called Britain. Russia got their constitution. And it's a people called Russian. Show me your black constitution. I'm going to keep saying that now. I'm going to keep using that hammer of repetition until you get it. The modern use of the term can be traced to the 19th century and advent of the European Enlightenment movement. Scholars at the time, with their preoccupation with positivism, it says, or application of science in the study of the human society led the way to scientific racism. The classification of the human species into subgroups or categories, your little primates and all that, in the same manner that floral plant or animal types were pigeonholed by biological scientists. The pioneer in this field was who? Frenchman Frankfurt-Burner, right? Who classified the human race, right, into 4 categories, include South Asians, North Africans, Native Americans, excluding Lapps, Far Easterners, Sub-Saharan Africa, and Lapps. After Brenner, a long line of so-called naturalists emerged, natural selection, right, including George Cover, James Cowles Pritchard, Louis Agassiz, Charles Pickering, John Frederick Blumenbach, Arthur Comity Gobineau. It says each with its own number of racial groups. The most influential of them all was the German Blumenbach, who identified 5 races: Caucasian or white race, into which he lumped the greater part of the European nations, those in Western Asia; 2, the Mongolian or yellow race, occupying the Tartary of China, Japan, etc. 3, Ethiopian or black race, inhabiting most of Africa. So if it is inhabiting Africa itself, north, the north, then who are you? Where you come in at? It ain't say nothing about the people in America yet. It says Australia, New Guinea. It says another Pacific Islands, the American and red race, which people try to call themselves Indians, right, occupies the North and South America. Show me a red people with a red map. Every Indian tribe I know, they got their own little tribe based on the name they come from. North and South America, Malayan brown race, which occupies the Indian archipelago. Unsurprisingly, all these European race categorizers place the European white race at the top of the human pile. The European race was not only assigned the best human characteristics, it was also elevated to the apex of human civilization. For instance, Blumenbach allotted the first place on the human ladder to Caucasian race by contending that this stock displays the most handsome features. He wrote, they have a kind of appearance which, according to the opinion of symmetry, we consider the most handsome and becoming. The other races are believed to have been degenerates of the Caucasian stocks. See, so if you consider yourself and one of them others mentioned behind the Caucasian, you considering yourself a degenerate of Caucasian stock. Black man, Caucasian white European race was then made the yardstick with which other races were measured. Several pseudo-scientific experiments were carried out aiming at proving the intellectual superiority of the European race. In particular, these scientific races employing several techniques and theories, including craniometry, the technique of measuring the bones of the skull, and phrenology, a theory which claimed to be able to determine character, personality traits, and criminality on the basis of the shape of the head, tried desperately to prove the intellectual and moral and ethical superiority of whites and non-whites. And it goes on. And they get all into when they getting into the atheism and all that stuff right there. It even goes into the aspects of getting into the nitty-gritty in the United States, thanks to the one-drop laws. Any degree of African, ancestry has historically made a person black. Such is not the case in Latin American and Caribbean. In these societies, any degree of non-African ancestry means that a person is not black. And it goes on and on and on. You got to get the African Fact Book downloaded. They talk about what constitutes a white person and where they come up with these different classifications. It's all racialization, family. It's all racialization. You know what I mean? There your boy and them go. Evolution is called Linnaeus. 3 imaginary races. See, they talk about the Ethiopian African race and all that, lower levels, 2 low-level races. So when you accept them terminologies, you accepting that you consider, a lower level people. Then it came on right here. It was speaking on this portion. Therefore, there is no objective reason for splitting or lumping any lower taxonomic level or subspecies, races, varieties. For instance, Europeans who reside in the near Mediterranean have dark curly hair. One answer is that this was the area where the African Muslims called Moors colonized and lived for nearly 800 years between 711 and 1492. Boy, them brothers over there in Africa wasn't playing with this African fact book. It is only natural that they left their imprint on the bloodline of the people of that area. If for only 100 years of colonization in Africa, the Europeans left hundreds of thousands of colored people or mulattoes on the continent, imagine how many millions of the descendants of Africans left in Europe after 800 years of colonialization. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. We can't play with this stuff right here. We can't make it up. You know, these people, man, they've been lying to y'all. You know, they talk about it here, white supremacy to blame. It says, so why did the race scientists go to such lengths to characterize human groups, then assign different meanings and ranks to various groups? So if you fit in the realm of those groups, you also accept the rank they put you at. And they put you on the lowest of the totem pole. These old fake groups they created in scientific, pseudo-scientific racism. Their attempts were born out of an ideology of white supremacy, an ideology which holds the white race superior to non-white races, so-called black man. Scientific racism was invented to rationalize this ideology. The ideology of white supremacy itself stemmed from social Darwinism, a racist, sexist, classist theory based on the premise of survival of the fittest. Want to give honors to our beloved goddess and queen and sister Dulcinea, you know, for pulling these measures out as well, talking about that scientific racism. You know, I've been talking about the scientific racism for the longest as well. Shout out to our brother Unc, them for acknowledging the scientific racism, you know, in this racialization that they put out here. The ideology of white supremacy itself stemmed from social Darwinism, a race, sexist, and classist theory based on the premise of survival of the fittest, the term coined by English Scientologists or sociologists, Herbert Spencer. It says was a vulgarization of more complex theory by his compatriot Charles Darwin. Be on the right side of history and unite against white supremacy. It says the theory of evolution by natural selection. Herbert Spencer, 1857, perverted Darwinism, which sought to explain the origin and evolution of the plant and animal species through natural selection and struggle. You know, so, you know, it goes on and talk about you already know Darwin was racist, I don't know what, but I mean, we can go into it. That's where me and our brothers, aunt them, you know, we get to disagreeing on certain aspects, you know, but nevertheless, you know, ain't no such thing, family, when it comes to dealing with our people as, you know, what they call, you know, being black people as a nationality. It all deal with the description. So let me go over here and see if anybody tried to check in yet. Nope, we didn't have nobody check in. So, yeah, what we going to do then, you know, at this particular time, we're going to go ahead and shut this demonstration down. But this is another late night library session for you people, you know, bringing y'all into a high stage of vibration, you know, and y'all, man, stop letting these people mislead you, man. Make sure you make this go viral, you know, and get the people the truth, man. The lies is killing our people. So that being said, family, it's been a great bill. You already know, you know, we on the way out. And all is well, man. We just got to get it together. So that being said, we checking out. Peace and love. Uncle Jetson, life, health, and prosperity be upon you. And that's what it is.